Okay, good morning, everyone. Hello and welcome to the Furniture Day 2022. It's good to see so many faces live in person. There's been a hiatus because of the COVID-19 pandemic, so great to have all of you in the room today. Now, thank you also to everyone who is joining us online. I understand that about 400 people have registered online, and don't forget to participate in today's event and throughout the day. Send in your questions and your comments. Now, today, the European Furniture Industry Confederation, EFIC, is bringing together all of you. So the industry, the suppliers, the organizations, the policymakers and stakeholders to discuss the future of this industry and the role it can play in the society that we live in, both now and of course in the future. Now, this is an industry which of course has a long history. I don't need to tell you guys about that. It is dynamic, it is labor intensive, it embraces technology and the circular economy. And while of course we are going to be looking to the strengths of your sector and hopes for the future today, we are also going to be looking back. So looking back at the devastating impact that of course the COVID-19 pandemic has had on this sector. You know, just as the industry was, of course, rebounding and making gains, we then unfortunately had the Ukraine crisis. And that has really created shortages of raw materials, increased energy prices, logistics, bottlenecks. You know, the list is endless, unfortunately. Now, today is split into two parts. So the morning session, of course, has just started. It's from 10 till 12, focusing on key trends affecting the European furniture sector, with a focus, of course, on the COVID-19 pandemic, sustainability and digitalisation. This will then be followed by lunch. And then an afternoon session from 1:30 to 3:30, focusing on the twin transition and the needs of the industry to remain competitive at a global level. Now, of course, we do have a great lineup of industry heavy hitters. I've met some of you already, so it's been good getting to know you a little bit, and I'll get to know you a lot better later. We'll also be hearing from the representatives from the European Commission and members of the European Parliament. And don't forget that our keynote address will be given by Professor Sasha Peters of Haute Innovation, and that starts at 10:15. And with that now, a few house rules. So for our online audience, do send in your questions and your comments via the Ask the Speaker button. All biographies of all the speakers can be found in the info button. I'm told it's on the left. Interpretation is also being provided in Italian, so just click. For our in-person audience, this is really important. If you haven't done it already, please do switch off your phones. Don't be that person. No one wants to be that person. And also, if you are going to be TikToking perhaps, or tweeting, or putting this event on your LinkedIn, use the hashtag EFIC Furniture Day 2022. And with that, I now invite to the stage EFIC President Eddie Snaidero. Now, Mr. Snaidero is the chairman of the board of directors of Snaidero Reno SPA and representative of the kitchen sector in the Italian Federation for Woodworking Furniture Industries. Now, during his 30 years of experience, please, in creating a pan-European group, he's also acted as CEO and chairman of several companies across EU member states. Now, he's also told me that if you don't give him a rock star applause, no one here gets lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, for your warm welcome. Speaking English after Mariam is quite difficult, but I will try. Thank you for your warm welcome to our Furniture Day 2022, a special day for our industry, organized to bring together our members, suppliers, and many other partners to discuss the future of the European furniture industry. I would like to welcome everybody, and special thanks to Swiss Chrono and Bloom for sponsoring our event today. Thanks also to everybody who's attending the event in person. It is a pleasure to meet you all after some time. And thanks to the participants who are watching our streamed event. I have had the pleasure to be president of EFIC for more than a year. However, I've been with the furniture industry for more than 30 years, starting at my family enterprise, Snaidero, a Italian kitchen manufacturer. All my life was dedicated to build a European group, and now I'm pleased to be able to contribute to the furniture industry as EFIC president to increase its competitiveness worldwide. I'm strongly convinced that togetherness brings the best results. EFIC was founded in 2006 and grew gradually since then, thanks to Marcus and my former president, The job that they have been doing was very important, representing now over 70% of the total turnover of the European furniture industry. We have an active membership composed by 17 national furniture industry associations, as well as one company member, IKEA, and several furniture clusters. Many of them are present today. Thank you for coming for our event. The sector contributes greatly to the EU economy with a turnover of more than 100 billion euro annually. The EU furniture industry is highly labor intensive, employing about 1 million workers in about 120,000 enterprises, mainly SMEs and micro enterprises. The EU furniture industry produces about 1/4 of the world furniture and accounts for about 45% of the total world trade. Furniture industry is highly design-oriented and innovation-oriented, with the major design and research centers located in EU. High quality and design is a major asset also when considering the growing competition that the industry has faced over the past decade from third countries. Industry combines industrial production with craftsmanship. Furniture industry offers a great added value and contribution to society by improving the quality of everyday life, creating more ergonomic products, efficient and organized spaces. The furniture industry is a complex industry, relying on many raw materials and semi-finished products, such as wood and wood-based products, foam, steel, components, fabrics, and it's really important to have collaboration across the value chain. However, the industry has been affected by the coronavirus crisis, where the complexity of the value chain was visible. We have seen disruptions in the international market and in supply chains, shortages and price increases of raw materials and semi-finished products, as well as shortages of workers and logistic bottlenecks that brought uncertainty to the industry and reduced its capacity to plan ahead. EFIC issued several statements asking customers for flexibility, as there were delays in orders due to the shortages of raw materials, but also issued several statements directed at the EU and national policymakers, asking for a common approach across the EU on many aspects, such as opening borders and overall response to the pandemic. The coronavirus pandemic brought, however, a new positive focus to indoors, home and quality of living, and demand in certain segments increased, which was often difficult to meet because of raw materials difficulties. Nevertheless, as the situation started stabilizing, the industry embarked on a path of recovery, and in 2021, the figures were promising, and for many countries also well above 2019. Unfortunately, with the beginning of the Ukrainian crisis, which is first of all a human tragedy that needs an immediate solution, we all hope, the recovery of the industry was reduced and some of the previous difficulties have been exacerbated, including the shortages of raw materials, and this was increasing uncertainty and inability for companies to plan ahead. Countries involved in the conflict constitute an area from which the EU sources wood, and the supply of wood is compromised. Together with other partners such as CEIBUA, EOS, FAP, we have asked the EU Commission for mitigation measures to ensure wood availability in the EU, also in the context of the sanctions imposed on wood. Other difficulties faced are logistic bottlenecks, unavailability of containers, shortages of lorry drivers, rising energy costs, which is the most important problem the industry is facing today, lower consumer demand and market losses is the natural consequence of all this. Sanctions on furniture products also apply. We as EFIC, in order to show our closeness to the Ukrainian furniture sector and people, we have decided to affiliate the Ukrainian Furniture Association, and I'm happy to welcome their representatives who are connected online with this event. Welcome. The Furniture Day is important to bring everybody together to discuss the current challenges and opportunities on the furniture value chain, and how to best collaborate in the future to increase our competitiveness. We are also seeing a growing EU policy agenda, especially on sustainability, on which we are heavily invested, sustainability and the transition to a more circular economy can bring solutions to some of the difficulties the industry is facing, such as material availability. Transitioning to a more circular economy is also an economic opportunity. Our industry strongly supports the transition to a more circular economy and promotes circular business models, with many front-runners already existing. It is important, though, to grant the necessary time to transition to a circular economy. We also see increased focus on furniture in circular economy initiatives, as we will hear later from Matthias Malgai of the European Commission. On the other hand, digitalization policies are more and more prominent, and the digital transition goes hand in hand with the ecological transition. We have seen the industry adapting to a more digitalized world over the past 2 years, both in terms of sales and customer service, but also in production is becoming more and more digitalized. We are here today to discuss the needs of the industry, how we can increase its competitiveness, also in view of growing competition from third countries and of the policy agenda, how to build up resilience of the EU industry in general, how to embark in the green and digital transition, adapt to skill needs, and prepare our workers. For our industry, it is crucial to have harmonized rules at EU level to ensure stability and certainty for SMEs, removing barriers to the internal market. It will also be important to support the industry with the needed innovation investments in the twin transition, green and digital, in order to ensure success of Green Deal ambitions, but also to support industry in other endeavors such as internationalization. I hope that the time you dedicate to this event will be interesting for all of you here and or online. Thanks, Mariam.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, also for setting the scene for all of us today. Time now for our keynote address. The Honourable Professor Dr. Sascha Peters is founder and owner of the Material and Technology Agency Ut Innovation in Berlin. Dr. Peters has extensive experience in science, innovation, consultancy, and design. He's also author of various specialist books on sustainable raw materials, smart materials, innovative production techniques, and energetic technologies. Dr. Sascha Peters, please take the floor. The floor is yours. Round of applause, please.
Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for the warm words. Thanks, Eddie, for the introduction. As we all know, it's time for a change. And we know that for years now, especially the young generation is having huge protests. This is an image in front of the German parliament one day before the national election last day, because they know it's something wrong in our system, because we are overstepping ourselves, and we are doing this since the late 70s, when we were above the amount of resources that the planet can give to us. So we are overstepping ourselves, and we are not able to reduce the amount in the last years. The emissions are too high. So this is the reason for global warming. In 2020, we use 160% of the biocapacity, still rising. This is the image about the Earth overshoot days, the country overshoot days. The Earth overshoot days is the day in the year when all the resources from the year are spent. You can imagine that the richer countries are responsible for most of the usage, and they are responsible to change the system. So we are responsible to change it. This is an image which I found in 2010 or 12, showing what will happen when we are doing or when we do the things like we did it in the past. We will need 3 planets by 2050, and we only have one, so we can imagine what will happen. And by the way, I'm showing this image because there's no new one in the internet, and I'm not trying to rebuild it for myself. I'm showing this since 10 years right now, and we are still on the red line. We are still on the red line. Nothing happened. So we all know we are too many on the planet for the way, for the system we eat, we get from one point to another, we live, we build. It's not working anymore. Looking to the pandemic in the year 2020, there was a little bit of hope to say always something negative has something positive inside. A little hope in the sense that there are still possible ways to reduce emissions quite heavily by all the measures we did to limit the spread out of the virus. This brought us back some weeks. I thought it was 4 weeks. So the Earth Overshoot Day went back from end of July to end of August. But then a year later, everything is the same or was the same. I think we are now going back some days like we did before. This is, by the way, the budget in megatons of CO2 we are able to emit on our, we have to reduce this to be under plus 2 degrees global warming, plus 2 degrees. The aim is to have plus 1.5. I was not able to find the number for this, so I point this out. I'm not sure if we are going to be successful, but there are a lot of ways to do. And we know exactly what to do right now. I mean, we know it, and we know it for years. Stop the use of fossil fuel. It's not because of Ukraine war. Maybe the Ukraine war has, this is also so negative for all of us, but it has also something positive in, because now we are pushed into the right direction to transform our energy system into completely renewable energies. And new ambitions came from the European Commission. Last week, I read in the news, it's not verified, but it was in a German magazine, new ambition. So the plan is to have 45% renewable energy by 2030 and not only 40%, 1.200 gigawatts renewable energy by this year instead of 500 what we have now. So this is more than double. Then it's about solar power system, which will be increased by the next decade. It's about climate-friendly hydrogen. We know all of this. And at the same time, reduce the total amount of energy consumptions by 13%. This also means to reduce the consumption of resources in total. I hope so. So doing less, doing more with less, that could be something for the furniture industry. That's a concept from Vitra. Pardon? You're laughing. Yeah, another concept for seating. Why not? These two images I found in the internet to forecast market growth. The figures are from US market researchers published in 2021. So you could exactly see what Eddie was talking about before, a hard decline of the market in the furniture industry in 2020 and a recovery in the year after, and probably we will be at the same market size in 2022 2023 or 2024. For some of the companies, the recovery was quite quick. For some, it will take some more years or months. What is interesting in the right image is that the wood-based furniture market will grow faster than the market for other materials. And which is really interesting, that these guys say that especially the plastic market and the plastic users will be equal in a growing market. So that is something interesting and important for me. Looking to digitalization, it is not a surprise that all the digital tools we used in the last 2 years was key value added in the pandemic. That's not a surprise. We were pushed to communicate in a digital way. We were pushed to buy digital. We found ourselves joining digital events, digital trade shows. Okay, some of these methods, some of these tools will stay. Some of them will be transformed in something which is hopefully different in future. The market for digital furniture sellings will have doubled from 2020 to 2025. That's something really interesting for the furniture industry. And we saw a lot of new companies entering the market with digital tools to design customized furniture, like Formbar from Germany. You can have your own organic design, and then you click and you order it. Quite interesting that this is going to happen within the pandemic. So to wrap up and to see to the European Green Deal, the circular economy is the big goal for the future. 100% based on renewable energy. We are far, far away from that. Letting resources circle around, letting products circle around, reuse them again and again. We have the biological circle with natural materials, so keep them natural to let them be back again into nature. And we have the technological materials, or high value materials like metals. We have the plastics, which should not be enter into the sea, for example. Reuse, refurbish, recycle. That is the concept for the future. And also when we are able to install a circular economy within the European Union, that would give us also independency from all what's happened within the pandemic and also during the last 2 months of the war. There are a lot of new circular business models entering the furniture market within the last, I won't say 2 years, but maybe the last 4 or 5 years. This is a concept from the Berlin waste company. They came up with the idea, why not? So we have some areas in the city where you can bring your old furniture, wood, building materials, metals, something like this. So you go there and you just throw them into the container. And then at the beginning, at the enter, you decide whether it's something, a product is could be used again or not. So if it's usable again, you put it into the container of the so-called nochmal. Nochmal with 1 L means once again. With 2 L, it's the nochmal. And they opened a mall in the northwest. It's not a joke. They opened it 1 year ago, where you can buy all these things. The people are willing to spend, and it's organized by the city, a city with 4 or 5 million people living there. So that's it looks like a flea market. It's organized by the city. That's quite interesting. Then we have new digital formats, platforms like Beleco from Sweden, inviting people to rent furniture, to rent to own or buy furniture, new one, used one. Others are, I found another one, Light Living from Offenbach, where you can change the period of renting the furniture, and it will be in your office or in your home 48 hours after you order it. That's quite interesting. Then we found a platform called Ripe Office from UK with a business model. So they are also renting, but they are refurbishing, they are repairing the furniture, and they say how much carbon you reduce by doing so. And that's quite an interesting aspect for the furniture industry. Maybe you should all think about if you are possible to do so. And of course, it's about recycling materials. Recycling is easier when you separate the materials before you throw them back. I just want to mention one idea, which is from 2018 or 19, a project from Amsterdam and another project from Thessaloniki in Greece. The company is called The New Raw. They had the idea of using waste, urban waste, plastic waste from the cities to print the waste material in a way that you can produce city furniture from it. So they had a huge printer. Dus architects from Amsterdam were involved, the one with the idea of printing the Canal House from about 10 years ago. So they have a printer, a huge printer, and I think the European Union was also involved. And finally, it looked like this. So you need the waste on the left side to produce a furniture like this, just from one material, and it's not separate. So they have a mixture of different plastic components, but it's possible to do so. That's, by the way, the mixture, the material mixture within the furniture industry. Quite a lot of different materials, which makes us also thinking about how to separate these materials after the lifespan of a furniture. That's I think the biggest challenge right now. Under this concept, then we think IKEA and USM did quite a good job without thinking about, because circular economy is possible when you invite the client to assemble furniture and give him the tool to dismantling it. Very interesting. Designers tried some furniture design, like Stefan Dietz from Munich for Magis, with the idea of separating the materials with a very special way of connecting. So the connection technologies will be more important in future. In that case, it's a clamp. The red, let's say it, red rail is the way to join the materials around a plastic core and dismantle the whole thing quite easily. And then this was the winner of the Dutch Design Award in 2019, using recycled materials, 3D printing, and a way of bringing the materials together with screws and clamp as well. So you can use these kind of materials 10 times without having the need to add new resources. So that were some examples of the technological circle and what we can do in this area. Now it's about, and this is more interesting for us as a materials agency, the biological circle, because that needs more knowledge about materials to let a natural material circle around, having similar qualities like the ones we normally use. For example, with view to all these wood-based materials like OSB boards or these boards with all these glues which you need from the plastic industry. It's maybe not obvious for us why did the industry is not able to use the binder which is in the wood structure, like the lignin. Why is it not possible to do so? The scientists from Switzerland and from UK, they know exactly for years right now that it's possible when you rub two wooden boards against each other with a high frequency and you produce heat, then the liquid, the binder, the lignin is getting liquid, and you can glue them together without adding an extra binder. It's possible. So why are we not able to do so? So we have to transform the way we manufacture furniture. But it's not on the market right now. This is on the market. Maybe you have heard about the Lignoblock wood nails. So they had the idea to shoot wooden nails into wooden boards to bring these parts together without adding an extra glue. Obviously, the energy is enough to let the lignin in the wooden structure be fluent again, get liquid again, and then it's joined together without extra material, super for the biological circle. That's also super for the biological circle, a development from Barcelona. That's Honext, by the way. It's not wood, it's paper. They use the paper of the paper mills, which you can not use for the paper making again, because the fibers are too slow, too short. Zero waste production, and they say it's an enzymatic treatment. I don't know exactly what it is. I think they have a patent on this. They use these enzymes to produce bonding qualities in between the cellulose fibers. And that's a board which is 100% natural, 100% no binder and no plastic inside, 100% biodegradable. And this is compatible, I think, to the ones we normally use in the industry. Then another development where you can combine maybe digital tools and wooden surfaces comes from Zurich, the Swiss wood solutions. They found a way to densify wood. They use European wood to densify it and to let the wood have tropical qualities. So no need for wood from the tropes anymore with that kind of technology. So their first product is a bank card, a debit card, no plastic inside, just to need to print electronic circuits on top of it, but they are harmless to nature. If you throw these cards somewhere into the sea or the forest, no problem with that. For the furniture industry, that could be something, because when you densify it in a way that you just have a thin furnace, then the material gets transparent for light, and when you have a digital your laptop behind that, you can receive some information through the board, and when the light turns off, it looks like the wooden material again. Very, very interesting, without adding plastics. Normally, these transparent wood solutions work with plastic. Then we see a high row of secondary materials when it comes to the wood-based industry, and this is growing in the next years, then you think about, okay, maybe wood is going rare and expensive, so maybe we have to find some extra or other materials like seaweed, eucalyptus trees in Portugal, artichoke thistles, the fibers from it in Greece, or sunflower boards from France. One interesting thing, the raw material comes from Indonesia. The development comes from Switzerland. Again, Berner Fachhochschule. This is the board from coconut fibers. They use the fibers in the husk of the coconut, so which is normally thrown away. And they combine this with tannin binder from bark trees, 100% bio-based, 100% biodegradable. Very, very interesting development. And one I would emphasize more, because we love the idea of using fish scales. The idea comes from Eric de Laurence, a French designer who did his master thesis in London on the Royal College of Art in 2012. We asked him 10 years ago to send us some cups and gloves. And he did, so we had this on display, and then never heard about him. And in 2018, he started his company to produce a board from the scales, 100% biological, because the binder is in the scales. It's called chitin, and you have to manufacture and press it in a way that it works. This is like a stone material. It reacts in contact with water. It reacts like wood. So maybe it's not for outside use. It's for inside. But that's very interesting. Biodegradable, by the way, and it's processable. So you can process it with the normal technologies you have in the wood industry. Then it's about when we want to reduce the emissions, then we all think about reducing eating animals. No animals anymore. That's good for our health, but also good for to lower the emissions. And then without animals, you don't have skin anymore, so no leather. And then there is a totally new industry rising in the last 10 years, producing alternative to the leather industry, from wine trester, from apple skin, from cactus, like the ones on the left screen, from mushrooms. We have orange peels. We have hemp residues. That's a company from Offenbach in Germany, 100% biodegradable. Most of them are, it's a mixture between the old world and the new. So it's not biodegradable, but bio-based to have the qualities. But there is one company from the US and another from Germany, but they are just starting. This company has a production line to produce a higher amount of their leather product. It's called Mirum, a leather-like material, 100% plastic-free, 100% biodegradable, made from cork, powder, coconut fibers. They don't say you what it is. It's really interesting because now the automotive industry jumps into that industry to reduce the emissions of the materials, that's for sure, and to give the client an extra added value. Buy my car, we have 100% plastic-free leather alternative in our car. This is, I think it was a BMW. I know. To use it in the door is much easier than to use it in the seat because you need more resistance, but they're on the right way to do so. Quite interesting is also another technology from them. It's called Clarus. It's an alternative to polyester, but they only use cotton. They found a way, so the company is called Natural Fiber Welding. They advertise the technology in a way that they weld the fibers, the natural fibers together. I don't know exactly how it works. So that's the cotton fiber on the left screen, and they found a way to establish new molecule structures between hydrogen, as I understood it right. And after the treatment, the fibers look like on the right side, with higher strength, better moisture measurement, like plastic fibers. But it's just pure cotton, and it's pure biodegradable. Unbelievable. They're just starting to set up the production line. Another one from Germany. This is from Görlitz, Eco soft fiber, just coming out just starting to sell the product. It's made from leather scraps from the animal industry, but still it is a residue-based material for upholstery, for acoustics, 100% bio-based, 100% biodegradable. For foam, that's quite special for upholstery. And then I would like to emphasize all the developments to use mushrooms in a way to produce materials, because when we use mushrooms, it's low CO2 emissions. It has mushrooms grow, let mycelium grow. That is the fibers you see in the floor, not the mushroom fruit core. So that's an image from KIT, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Dirk Hebel is doing a lot of research on that and trying to set up production lines for boards. Quite hard, also weather resistant. It's all possible right now. They are looking for the right industrial partner, because the manufacturing process, you let something grow for 3 or 4 days and then dry it. It's not comparable with the manufacturing processes normally we use in the industry. So that's maybe the challenge to find the right solution. And after a company called Innovative Design brought the first materials based on mushrooms onto the market around, what was it, 2008 or 9. Now the first European company called Mogo from Italy brought an acoustic panel onto the market, I think 2 years ago. They won quite a lot of prizes last year. 100% bio-based, 100% biodegradable. I think they put a fireproof paint on it, which could not be 100% but I'm not sure. And they have a flooring system now on display, now on the market, which is 90% bio-based. And also they came up with the idea of a mushroom leather material, which just was launched 2 months ago. So that is quite some interesting news for us. And Innovative Design, by the way, the company with the first patent on mushroom materials, they have a new technology to produce a foam, which is based on mushrooms. I don't know exactly how this works. Probably they spray air into it to let it foam up. I'm not sure. That's not on the market. They're starting to set up the production, but that's maybe something for the upholstery industry, so furniture industry. Very much interesting stuff. So that is the future. A lot of things to do to come to the circular economy. The goal is there. We know exactly what to do, but we need to hard work to finally have a system like this in the market. And I would say that future success in the furniture industry will be about now setting up more and more circular business models and use digital design and digital manufacturing I was not talking so much about these digital manufacturing tools, but there are also possibilities, and of course sustainable materials. And I have to thank you for your attention. If you are willing to have some ideas about materials and technologies, so you can talk to me or keep in or connect or go to our website, whatever you can imagine. Thank you for your attention.
Just come on this way. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, of course, to Professor Dr. Sascha Peters. Now, listening to what you were talking about there, I really liked how you said that this is, of course, a time for change, that we are, of course, living on credit, and that countries, especially people, all of you in this room, you know, the responsibility also starts here. I liked how you spoke about the circular economy, and I enjoyed hearing about, of course, the recycled material and 3D printing and the innovation that is going on there. And also the fact they use raw material from fish scales. I mean, I think that was quite interesting. Okay, well, next up, and joining us online, so you'll be able to see them in the screens to both sides of me, to discuss EU policy responses to both the pandemic and, of course, the war in Ukraine, is Mila Polama from the European Commission's DG GROW. Now, EFIC is a member of the European Commission's Forest-Based Industries Expert Group. Wood, of course, as you all know, is one of the main materials used by the industry. So hearing from the European Commission about the opportunities for forest-based industries, such as the furniture industry, is something no doubt everyone here is going to be looking out for. Now, to the online audience, I don't see too many of your questions yet. So do remember that when our speakers are speaking, submit your questions, because after most of them do speak, I will then be looking out for some of your questions. So, of course, do get involved. And just to add that if there is a problem with any of our online speakers, I do actually have Mila Polama's speech to hand, so I will just jump in. But Mila Polama, the floor is yours, so please do go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much indeed. As regards my presentation, I will talk about little bit about industrial policies and what surrounds it. And of course, Green Deal is important. And of course, the current situation, and you must be aware of the proposal, big package, which was proposed yesterday. So a little bit about everything. So next slide, please. Well, the Green Deal is our growth strategy for 2050, and it has been advancing very well in many areas already with these new legislative amendments. And Fit for 55 is, of course, the biggest. But for the furniture industry, all these areas which are in the Green Deal core areas, like you see from the slide, are really important. And I think now I have to say that I'm speaking from the forest-based industries perspective, and I know very well that furniture industry uses all kinds of materials in addition to wood. But I have to stick to my mandate, so I'm speaking from the wood and wood biomass-based material perspective. And sorry for that, but I know that for the furniture industry, the issues related to the other materials and regarding to their sort of a combination is important, and is also occupying you in your job. So I say that all these Green Deal areas are important for you. Next slide. And the bioeconomy, of course, is very important as a booster for the strategic transitions towards the greener and away from fossil. And we have a strategy from 2012 and its update from 2018. And in that, the bio-based industries and bio-based sort of an approach for the substitution of the fossil-based material is strengthening because of the certain kind of uses which create problems for the environment. And well, you are well aware, of course, of those. And due to that, the bio-based materials are more or less renewable materials, which can be easier recycled in our economic system, but also can be most of them grown in the raw material grown in Europe. And Europe is very rich in biomass. In that way, it's a solid basis for our economy without, of course, not closing the borders, but in a way making best use of the materials we have. And now we have, with this crisis situation, we have also the resilience question, so that what we have here in Europe, we have a very good basis for our industries. Next slide. The bioeconomy itself is very contains very many important sectors, and furniture industry in that is very important. So 1 million employees and 20,000 companies, and most of them small and medium sized. So working very, very much in various regions and contributing to the regional economies. So very important for the welfare of our economies. Next slide. And when it comes to the crisis, luckily we are now heading towards relief from the COVID crisis. But of course, the causes or the impact what the COVID crisis has caused for the economy are still sort of causing difficulties, and some of the disruptions which have been caused by the new crisis with the Ukrainian war. So it's very similar to the COVID crisis. So in a way, those mechanisms which were created to support countries as well as companies through this crisis relief or resilience, recovery and resilience facility. So these support possibilities and support fundings are available for you, and I'm sure that you are very, very well aware of the possibilities each and every member state have created for their specificities in the economy. And of course, this is very important for the job creation and job maintenance, and especially in your area where a lot of activities happens in small and medium-sized enterprise, and keeping the staff, the skilled workers, is also important now and important to continue to be in the future plans. And the earlier speaker mentioned about these digital tools for industrial strategy. We have very important role for the green and digitalisation. So making best use of the digital support as well as digital transition possibilities. And that's of course is in the manufacturing, but also in the logistical value chains. Next slide. And what is, of course, for your industry, the core is your talent and the possibilities to use the materials in an innovative manner, so that they are not one-use furnitures or equipment what you are making together with the sort of new building constructions, but it's more or less that the design plays the key role to get the attention of the consumers, as well as create the sort of ambience of the space, etc. So here the design cooperation really makes the thing for the circularity, but also for the application of new materials together with the traditional ones. And that kind of innovations are crucial. And one of these pictures is coming from the competition which was organized in the new Bauhaus project, where we have the conference coming up in June. And this is one example using the old materials in a completely different manner. So cardboard structures which are very solid to be used as a sort of furniture, and which of course can be recycled. So in a way, this feature is both the pleasure for the artistic, but also a business case for competitive and long-term products, as of course better for the environment for many cases. Next slide. And coming to the greening, it means also the zero pollution action plan. And of course there are many actions, and I just heard that our chemical industry is preparing the transition pathway. So it's advancing very, very strongly and towards, of course, safe by design approaches. And what is in the Zero Pollution Action Plan, of course, means a challenge for many cases for new kinds of furniture materials. And there, the reasoning of where it makes a difference or makes a new opportunity plays a big role. Next slide. All these actually influence then how the industrial strategy helps you to operate. And in 2020, we produced a new update of the industrial strategy, but after the COVID crisis and the tightening demands for the Fit for 55 for the climate target, caused a sort of a very strong reason to look how better the industrial strategy would strengthen the industrial contribution to the economy, but also secure the tools available for the companies in the emergency situation. So the single market emergency instrument is very, very important for ensuring the continuity in the business, but also strengthening the possibilities for new kinds of cooperation between the supply chain actors. And of course, now when we are going through, especially in some neighboring countries, the problems with the supply chain disruption with Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. So the new arrangement should help your companies to cope with the situation. And the other aspect in the update of the strategy, of course, is dependencies, which also I have heard influenced to your industry sector. And there, the search and very active search in Europe is to go to the increased resilience material, but also increased matchmaking in the cluster cooperation within Europe, so that if we had a cooperation partner in for instance, in Belarus, Ukraine, or Russia, there is a possibility for new matchmaking and new possibilities to ensure amongst the EU countries and nearby countries for new value chain for the supplies, as well as, of course, for services. And the third part of the new industrial strategy is very important, and it's for the green and digital transition, which were also important featuring in the recovery and resilience plans from member states. And of course, these plans might have a new consideration now with these recent developments in both in the sanctions, but also in the logistic and in the cooperation across the supply chain. And the key, next slide. Well, next slide after that, I already spoke this. So the Fit for 55 package is sort of a massive piece of legislation, which is now in the Council and Parliament, and they are discussing the details, which of course try to keep the package together, so to reach the key target with further adjustment. And we have also provided in important additions to this package. December 2021, there was a proposal for the deforestation, free products regulation, as well as energy performance of the buildings. And now in March, a very important modification or an extended approach to the eco-design now for this sustainable product regulation, and of course for the construction product regulation, as some parts of the furniture industry apply the same sort of standard approaches as used in the construction product regulation. Next slide. So these developments in the legislative part influence to your activities. Next slide. And of course, where we are standing in the negotiation is a sort of how would I say, evolving target because of the changing situation. And now with the Ukrainian war, so we have faced the situation that there are shortages or very high price hikes for the raw materials or intermediate materials needed for the furniture industry. And the activities which DG Grow has mobilized in the cluster matchmaking operation is crucial, and the matchmaking not only for the traditional materials but across the new advanced material value chain. Like the earlier speaker mentioned, there are new developments for new materials, and if they are taking in Europe, then the matchmaking it's even easier. And in that way, I would encourage really to go for these matchmaking events and to take into account the possibilities to have new partners, and the new partners in the European context or non-European context, but make the new bridging and going forward with your activities with the new scope, in spite of the fact of the difficulties. Next slide. And yesterday, indeed, we got a massive package how to manage the current crisis and the fairly quick transition to new settings. And of course, what concerns industry, these developments are really going towards the cleaner industrial processes and with a quicker timeline. Mainly, it's the massive industry, steel, cement, and the utilization of the chemicals, and electrification. But of course, this automatically influence all the supply chain connected to this value chain in what way or another. So in a way, these possibilities to benefit from the Repower EU arrangement, search for those and contact to your local recovery and resilience plans focal point, and do the things which might be useful or available for your activities in each member state. So this is a big package, and we have high. The circularity is still high in the program, but new energy utilization and then alternative bio-based and renewable material. This is favorable in order to avoid quite a lot of use of energy, efficient use, then reach an efficient use of the materials. So in a way, there are opportunities which might be supported in a scale which is much, much stronger for your industry than earlier. So have a look at this in our website, and then you might find solutions easier than you have been thinking before. Next slide. Then I think that's my last slide. And this is really the sustainable carbon cycle activity which started with a communication now in last December. We didn't know about the crisis, and we didn't know about the strong developments to come. But the approach already was created in the Fit for 55 package for stronger contribution for harvested wood product and carbon storage products in the scope of how to reach the target. And now the sustainable carbon cycles aims at the creating of the method of assessing how much the carbon storage is can be available in the materials as well as equipments used. And of course, you have a core interest to have this strong design value as well as strong circularity value, so that your material or product stays in the economic use for a long time. Whether the use is the same, that doesn't matter. It's more or less it's circular use. It stays in the economy and stays as a carbon storage. So in that way, it's very important that you go actively to these activities which DG Klima is organizing for the sustainable carbon cycles, and give your expertise in these aspects, because I think what is needed is the industrial expertise into the solution which are now in the making. I think that's all for me, and I look forward to if you have any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Marla Paloma from DG Grow. Okay, we do actually have an online question for you. It's from Philip Reynolds. Well, he's actually given two, so I'll give both of them. He said it's really exciting, but can we grow enough trees and plants to support the world furniture industry? And specifically then for you, Myla, he says, what EU funding is in place to drive the move to the user of greener materials? I think you've already covered that a little bit, but if you could go ahead, please.
I think, yes, exactly those things in the Repower EU are strengthening the funding possibilities. But what is sort of important that you do the value chain actions, that you are not losing time and money, as well as possibly risking to lose your skilled workers if you don't have funding available. So the easiest is really to look the traditional funding which we have for the public procurement, but also the green public procurement is strengthening now, and in a way looking also what in each country you have available for the support of the industries, and especially for the support of the small and medium-sized enterprises, which are a core of your activities.
Exactly. And does anyone in the room have a question? No one has a question for representative of the European Commission? Come on, I'm sure somebody has a question. I can see some people talking as well. Does anyone have a question? No, everyone's feeling a little bit too shy. Okay, no worries. Okay, thank you to Myla Palama from DG Grow. Thank you so much for being a part of our event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice conference.
Okay, well, it's time now to kick off the first panel discussion for today, and this is about the effects of the crises on the industry and the global supply chain. Now, of course, there was, first of all, the COVID-19 pandemic, and now, unfortunately, we do have this war in Ukraine. We are, unfortunately, at a time in the world where in a way, we seem to be lurching from one crisis to the next. So the questions to ask, are we really managing the way through them properly? How well has policy also protected the industry? Can we do better? I think that's a question that we probably know the answer to already. And what needs to be put in place to ensure that further shockwaves or crises have limiting impact? Okay, well, it's time now to hear from the industry. I'd like to welcome to the floor one by one 5 industry and supply chain representatives. And of course, everyone watching online especially, please do send in your questions, and we will try to answer some of them, later on in the discussion. Okay, first of all, I invite to the stage Jan Kurth. He's a managing director of VDM. President Elmar Daphne unfortunately couldn't make it here as he did get injured. Jan Kurth has been managing director of the German Furniture Industry Association, VDM, since 2018. Thank you. Please do come sit. This one. Go. Next, we have Giovanni Del Vecchio, who's CEO at Giorgetti. Giovanni Del Vecchio has been managing director of Giorgetti, an Italian manufacturer of finely crafted furniture since 2015. Please do take your seat as well. Thank you. Next, I think from IKEA. Yes, you are here. Perfect. And we have Stina Wallstrom, Public Affairs Manager, IKEA Range and Supply. Please do come take the floor as well. And then our final 2 panelists are also our co-sponsors of today's event. We have Martin Brettenthaler, CEO at Swiss Kroner Group. Swiss Kroner Group, if you'd like to come around this way, please, is a leading manufacturer of wood-based materials. Mr. Brettenthaler has over 15 years experience in the timber industry, and he's also chairman of the European Panel Federation. Welcome to you as well. And then lastly, but never least, we have Andre Dorner, who's managing director at Blum, Germany. Thank you. Please do take the stage. Blum is an international company supplying components for the furniture industry. Okay, so the introductions are over. And just to add to all of the panelists, let me just grab some of all of these many devices I seem to be having on me. Or maybe I'll just leave some of them there for now. If you do want to speak, obviously there are questions, and all of you have been told, which questions are being directed to you. But if you want to interject, please do go ahead, raise your hand, do whatever you'd like to do. Okay, so the first round of questions, and this goes to the suppliers, to Andre Dorner and Martin Brettenthaler. You have 10 minutes, so 5 minutes each, roughly. Now, the coronavirus pandemic brought, of course, serious disruptions to the furniture supply chain, including shortages of raw materials, panels, components, as well as logistic bottlenecks. The industry, of course, was recovering, as we know, from the pandemic, but now this unfortunate Ukrainian crisis has exacerbated, and created so many more challenges. Wood-based panels and components are key materials and semi-finished products for future manufacturers. So the question then is, how have your companies been affected by the two crises, and what measures have you taken to meet the rising demand of your materials and products? And Andre John, I'll come to you first. Oh, just flick the switch. Perfect, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, basically we experienced effects we never had seen before in 2020. We had a steep fall in our demands in springtime, which were then followed by a sharp rise in autumn. First of all, we thought it was kind of a catch-up effect, which would last for about 6 months probably, which we could easily handle. But nevertheless, it continued to grow and grow and grow. By the end, despite all the disruptions we had in our supply chain, we managed to boost our output by about 25% in volume within a year, which was well done by probably 3 factors. Firstly, we enlarged the overtime. For about 10 months, we worked in 20 to 21 shifts a week, which is certainly something you cannot prolong much longer than almost a year. We boosted the capacities on the existing equipment. So we did a lot on that part. Secondly, we employed new staff, which is rather a medium-term effect that we saw, which takes you about 6 to 12 months until you see an effect really in the output, especially as the market is quite tight when you want to hire new staff. And thirdly, we did prioritize certain investments in capacity enlargement, which is now coming into effect, probably at the wrong time. I don't know, maybe we run into a kind of a big circle now. But these were the 3 things we did. Fortunately, we always concentrated on Europe and the European Union as a sourcing market for our raw materials and prior products. We do a lot of innovation in-house with long-term partners, so we managed to get through the situation pretty well in the end. And well, something that is certainly necessary for the future and in such situations to better align the demands over the whole supply chain. So what do I mean by that? It's mainly that we should use the possibilities that digitalization gives us, together with our customers, to make a fully automated exchange of forecasts, of stock quantities, of consumption of the materials, so we can lower the impact and of those bullwhips, and to lower stock volumes which are not needed in the end, and to also make us more resilient.
Just a follow-up question, do you feel that you were surprised by how you rose up to the challenges?
What do you mean by being surprised?
Well, just being, I mean, obviously the pandemic, it created so many problems for so many people, but the way in which you changed the way your operation, you mentioned those 3 elements, is that something that was surprising for you and that you rose up to it? You met the challenge well. Certainly things around us were a surprise. Of course, I think for everyone.
But it's something that maybe is based on long-term relationship also with our employees, so that they are willing to cope with such challenging times, and they stand with the company, and they're willing to do more than on average. So people also didn't run away from our company during that time. We managed even to hire new staff. Also.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point to make about the staff and the workforce as well. Okay, so Martin Brettenthaler, over to you then.
Yes, good morning to everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be here as a representative of the wood-based panel industry who contributes, as I have just discovered this morning, 20% to your material, which we are proud of. So we have been facing obviously a roller coaster ride those past 24 months. I will touch quickly on the pandemic, speak a little bit of where we are now, but above all, I think what is most important and interesting to us is what is the short-term perspective in our view. So the pandemic, much has already been said. Contrary to your industry, our industry does not have the possibility to adapt output by adding some shifts or reducing some shifts. Our industry is a process industry, so it has been running on full speed before the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, we were immediately confronted by the closure of our customers, namely DIY markets, but also, of course, furniture industry. So there was an important stock build-up in many companies, including ours, shut down production immediately for some time using variable mechanisms in place like short labor or other things. And then when it took up again, we had to struggle to balance out again the supply chain. Afterwards, of course, there was a big boom. I mean, last year was a strong and certainly a record year for the wood-based panel industry in Europe in many regards. Although, of course, there are many challenges when it comes to raw material supply and above all raw material prices. Already way ahead of the Ukrainian war, we experienced an explosion of material cost. I mean, in some for some key chemical components, prices tripled in cost last year already. Also, wood became much more important. And of course, how did we react to this? We had to become much more agile in the way we are working. We had to become much more agile in what we expect our customers to accept in terms of price flexibility. To bigger and smaller success, I have to say. Why are you laughing? That is number one. Number two, of course, we had to find new sources, which is in some areas quite complex. And now with the war in Ukraine, of course, everything became even much more challenging. And I think there are challenges on all levels. Challenges for our whole sector, which is the wood sector. Challenges for our industry, more specifically the wood-based panel industry, and also company-specific challenges. If I start with the latter, I mean, Swiss Chrono, as many other wood-based panel companies, we are especially exposed to this because we have operations in Ukraine and also in Russia. So it's very complicated and difficult to deal with this. On the other hand, we also have a big operation in Poland, which is obviously the second biggest market for wood-based panels production-wise in Europe, where 10% of wood up to February 24th came out of Belarus. So it's not there anymore. So there's a lot of shift going on there. So each company has to cope with all of those challenges, which you are perfectly aware of. Secondly, for our industry, of course, there are lots of shortages of material right now. I mean, our industry is, of course, very energy intensive. So this whole discussion about getting out of gas and fossils in general is a real vital discussion for our industry. It is not just for our production as such, which is very much relying, fortunately, on biomass when we produce our own thermal energy, which is a big advantage of wood-based panels compared to other building materials. But of course, the chemicals we use are produced by using gas as an input factor and also using gas as a primary energy source. So this is a key concern. When we look at methanol, for instance, the big chunk of methanol used in glue production in Europe comes from Russia or Belarus. So there is no replacement in sight. So there are lots of issues with that. Then there are truck drivers that are short. Many truck drivers came from Ukraine for obvious reasons. They cannot leave. There is a big debate on what to do with wood, and that brings me to the third level, the whole wood industry as such. So not just wood-based panels, but also forest, etc. There also we have to align very strongly, because there's a strong tendency to burn wood in the first place, to burn fresh wood to produce energy, to make this energy transition possible. And this is clearly something which we are very skeptical about. We are very much in favor of the so-called cascade use of wood principle, that you use wood first in a material way until you can't use it anymore and then only burn it. So there are multiple challenges. So what's in there in the next, let's say, 6 to 12 months? We have to be very clear. In terms of cost explosion, we are only at the beginning. all those energy cost price increases that everybody's reading in the newspapers that did not yet arrive fully in the industry. In industry, it's not just panels, it's also furniture, it's also chemical industry, because everybody obviously has forward hedges for a certain time. They will run out. There's a big cliff coming. The other thing, of course, is with inflation rate of more than 7% in Germany, as an example, same elsewhere, there's a high pressure, you all know that, on salaries as well. This also will impact not just our production cost, but especially also cost for procuring and harvesting wood, which is quite labor intensive. So there's lots to come. I'm sorry to have to tell you that. We are certainly not over on the roller coaster ride. We are here because we strongly believe in what has been said before, that working together is the only and best solution to cope with these issues ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad that you also mentioned that there's lots more to come. You also mentioned, your exposure, and then also detailed some of your sort of disaster planning, you could say. And that sort of brings us nicely into the second round of questions to furniture manufacturers. And this time you guys have 50 minutes. So there's going to be 3 of you speaking, and so about 5 minutes each. The question is, how have your companies coped with the disruptions brought about by the 2 crises, and what can be done together with supply chain representatives to anticipate and bring solutions to this sort of disruptions? Jan Kurth, please go ahead first.
Yes, thank you very much. As you said, it's not over yet. So we are facing 2 crises at the same time. It's the coronavirus crisis still lasting on, and it's of course the outcome of the Ukraine war. So when we look back, beginning of 2020, when Corona started, I think many of that has been said before. We had a big decline in demand, but that went only for, let's say, 3-4 months. And then the demand picked up again, and we were really surprised in the sector, at least in Germany, but I think it was the same throughout Europe, how, let's say, good and long-lasting this high demand in furniture was. So, and that carried on until the end of 2021. So we really had quite a good 2 years during coronavirus crisis. As a sector, I think we cannot complain. Other sectors were hit much harder than we were. But of course, this material crisis we were facing was quite hard. So in 2020 and 21, it was really difficult to get all the materials you need. And of course, end of beginning of 2021, this price increases started. And that is really, let's say, a big challenge for the sector, to catching up with these price increases every month or every 3 months, and to carry that forward towards furniture trade. So that is really hard. And what comes additionally is, of course, the outcome of the Ukraine war. So there are special materials coming out of Ukraine and coming out of Russia and Belarus, that are now lacking inside the industry. So we really have to find new sources, and this is really a big challenge. So what happened inside the industry? I think the key word for that is flexibility. We learned much more flexibility than we were used to before. Flexibility when it comes to the stuff, that was really good and a well-learned lesson. How flexible the staff inside the sector was. We did extra shifts. We worked on the weekend to really cover that high demand coming out of the people asking for furniture to invest in their private homes, and it's still that is still carrying on. And second, flexibility was sourcing of materials. Where do we get materials from? We had a survey going on inside our federation in Germany, and we learned that 60-65% of the companies changed their sourcing policy. They are sourcing now on national level or at least on European level, as they did before, let's say, worldwide. So it's a change there. And of course, what changed is the communication inside the sector. When we look throughout the whole value chain, we did much more communication towards the suppliers and towards the furniture trade. We informed then on a regular basis what kind of materials are short, what is going on with delivering times. There are really changes from month to month. And what we learned, I think, inside the sector, that we really have to communicate much more to all the players inside the value chain. That was not so good before, but I think now it's beginning to get better. Of course, there are really big challenges when we look at the price increases. It's really hard, and I learned that it's not over yet. There are some things to come. It's not nice to hear, of course, but let's say it's not so surprising in the end. But we have to cope with that inside the industry. And I think the second or the third topic that is much more important is that during that crisis, or during that two crises, the companies focused on only two things: materials and prices. It's a sort of, how do you call that, digital management. It's just two topics: materials and prices, and nothing else. So there is, let's say, there might be a problem in forgetting these challenges, these midterm challenges we have inside the sector when it comes to skilled workers, when it comes to, let's say, sustainability. We heard a lot of that this morning. When it comes to digitalisation, there is not much capacity at the moment there to let's say, to face these much more important topics for the future. And it will be it will be interesting to learn how the companies will react to these challenges in the next months and years, because we see, at least in Germany at the moment, that the demand is slowing down a little bit. We see the prices going up. We see there's a sort of uncertainty inside the market, and we don't know what will come in the second half of this year and next year. So challenging times for the future.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Mr. Kurth. And talking about flexibility, communication being key for you. What about then for you, Digitalisation?
Well, I think...
just swish up the button.
Okay, I thought it was open already. Sorry, I think resilience is one of the most important virtues, and thanks to Martin, today we discovered that we still have a long time to practice our virtues. On the other side, I think we should explain consumers that resilience is expected to be practiced from them as well, because a continuous price increase is probably leading to what Ian was saying with the decline in demand, because there is a limit to prices that consumers can afford. And I'm speaking from a company that has definitely a quite high price positioning in the market. But nevertheless, that is an issue. I think that we need to put things in the right context. It was November 2020 when EFIC issued the first paper highlighting and voicing out that there were serious problems in cost increase. So it's already 18 months. And in a moment where, in an era where we live, where speed is a key factor of success, 18 months of coexistence with the problem is a tremendous effort. And then I would like to clarify also one point. We have here two suppliers. Obviously, they represent an important part of the supplying industry, but price increases are all over the supplying industry. It's not only limited to panels, it's not limited to hinges or metal components. It's basically going through the whole value chain and supply chain that manufacturers have to find. This is because the price increase starts from the very basic raw materials. I mean, everybody, I think, in the last 18 months has started to understand a little bit more about chemical engineering. If you think that urea is an element that nobody knew probably before, and urea is affecting prices for glue, from varnish, from polyurethane, you can understand that The challenge that we are facing is really a 360 degrees challenge. There is an additional one, though, which is extremely important for any company, including especially companies that, like Giorgetti, are working with a still high component of artisanal manufacturing, which is the quality and scarcity of raw materials. So we have problems of scarcity of raw materials, and we have problems of receiving materials of the proper quality. And if material has not the right quality, sometimes you cannot really go ahead with your manufacturing process. So it's really a perfect storm to a certain extent in an industry which is made very often of very small suppliers, which are fundamental for the technical abilities that they have in manufacturing, but definitely they are not prepared like big companies, and I'm looking at my neighbor here, prepared to face the complexity that we have to face. So how we are trying to cope with it. Ian was saying flexibility. Yes, definitely. Flexibility is what we have learned even more to practice in our daily lives. We have to remember that we fix prices that are long-term prices very often. Our industry is setting prices for projects that maybe are going to materialize in 12, 18 months. In this climate, it's protecting our margins becomes an essential factor, because when we speak about sustainability, economic and governance sustainability is an important direction of sustainability. So if the company is not able to succeed, the rest is not really easy. What we are trying to do is to really get more and more integrated into our supply chain, not only buying suppliers, not all of them, or not all of us are able to do that, but integrate our suppliers from a methodological point of view, from a logistic point of view, from a financial point of view, in order to support them to face what we are facing every day, because price increase is for us, but it's also for our suppliers. The third direction is change our way of manufacturing, especially in the high-end segment of the furniture industry. We have been used for decades to work based on orders. So no stocks, and manufacture, buy what you need when you need it. Obviously, this is not feasible anymore, because you need to protect the price, and on the other side, you need to face a scarcity of raw materials. So, as I said, we need to practice the resilience virtue for the future, keep practicing and hoping that this practice will be successful.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up question. You were talking there about fixed price increases being felt all over, but do you feel that your customers really understand the situation that you are in?
Yes, there is an understanding, obviously. I think everybody is facing price increase everywhere, from the gasoline that you put in your car to the price of bread when you go and buy food. So they understand all the problems that we are facing. There is a lot of communication around that. But as I said, there is a limit. We are, at the end, we are not selling essential items to live. I mean, you can sit also on a fruit basket instead of sitting in a comfortable chair. So when you start spending thousands of euros to refurbish your house, maybe you start considering that there might be other ways to face your needs. And that is, there is a turning point. I mean, the market is made between demand and offer, and the price is playing the equalizing role between the two. There is a limit where prices are at risk of going too high for people to be able to sustain them. That we need to be conscious about that, because it is a risk element that we have to add into our equation.
Okay, Ms. Wallström then, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I will try to add the IKEA perspective rather than to repeat what my co-panelists have said, because we are, of course, facing the same problems. We do have to pay higher prices for everything throughout the supply chain. And it has actually influenced our pricing as well. And at IKEA, we rarely, I have never heard of it actually before, raise our prices mid-year. And we have had to do that. We have lowered our margins as well, a lot. But there came a point where all of these crises, all of these price hikes made it impossible for us to keep what we see as a promise to our customers. And that is the hardest thing that we can do. But if we take the crisis one by one, the COVID crisis was, of course, very unexpected and a real turning point for the industry. We experienced changes we never thought we would experience. And we managed quite well. And it turned out that for us it was almost an advantage, because being in lockdown or having to work and study from home meant that our customers saw their home in a new light. And there was a new interest for home furnishing. And we saw a great hike in demand. And there were new demands that we couldn't anticipate on the forehand. In China, everybody wanted a sofa suddenly. Maybe they didn't even have a sofa from the beginning. And now they bought their first sofa because they were locked in. The lockdowns in China were real.
That's definitely one way to put it, yeah. We see the pictures, yeah.
In France, suddenly you had to install a home office. Your chic Paris apartment didn't need a home office before COVID, but then you had to have that comfortable chair, even if it wasn't maybe the prettiest chair. And in Sweden, you had a lot of time at your hand, obviously, when you're working from home. So you bought new storage system. We sold every PAX wardrobe we had. And of course, this is happy news for us. Our customers want our products. That's what we want. But it's, of course, also a big challenge. How do we provide the right, when all our calculations fail, how do we make sure that we have the right product at the right place at the right time? And on top of that, we had the supply chain disruptions that were really, really difficult for us to handle. But as everybody has pointed out, we experienced that we were much more flexible than we thought we were. We also have a quite unique cooperation with our suppliers. Our suppliers many of them have been with us for 10, 20, 40 years. So we work very, very closely with them and had a good cooperation and a great flexibility throughout the supply chain. And we found new ways of provide to our customers. But our customers also had to learn to wait. And that is not what you expect when you shop from IKEA. You expect to have your PAX wardrobe now, not in 2 weeks' time, and definitely not in a month's time. But sometimes we had to resort to waiting times. And when we left that crisis, we left it in a better spot, I think. We are more flexible. We have more diverse supply chains. And that is what we think will be the solution going forward. Not localized supply chain, but diverse supply chain, making sure that we have more than one venue to get what we want at all times, to be more resilient going forward. We already started that transition, which is lucky for us, because of course the devastating war in Ukraine affects us deeply. It also affects us on a deeply personal level. We have staff in Ukraine, we have staff in Russia, and there is still much unknown about our future in those countries. But what we need to have as a first priority is to keep our staff safe. That is our first and foremost priority. But of course, this is driving the price increases that we hear so much about. I was at a meeting with our forecasters, and they say, when prices go down, we will make sure to take first advantage. And I was like, okay, so when do we think that will be? And they said, maybe in 2 years' time. So no happy news short term. But we together can work to become even more resilient, to learn to use new materials in new ways, and sort of counterbalance these supply chain disruptions and the price hikes. But we are worried because IKEA is a brand for the many people with the thin wallets and the big dreams. And when all prices are rising, then we risk that our customers will not have the money they need to provide a better everyday life at home for themselves. We will get your customers, but they're few and far between. So, of course, it's a struggle, but I think that we will also learn. And if there is something good that will come out of these devastating crises, it is a faster transition from a linear to a circular economy. We can't afford to waste material anymore. We need to make sure that both products and materials are circulating in the economy for as long as ever possible. And the transition to more renewable energy will definitely get a real boost. Very unfortunate circumstances, but the outcome will be a bigger share of renewable energy in our energy mix in Europe. I'm sure about it. Unfortunately, these investments take time. So we will have to wait, but we can't wait sitting still. We need to work to make it happen as fast as it possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And IKEA is, of course, an iconic affordable brand. You were speaking there about reduced profit margins and also longer waiting times for your consumers. So if I may ask, where have your cuts come whilst also ensuring that, as you said, you have the right product at the right time for people to then buy? Where have your sort of cuts come? You were talking about, increased waiting times and reduced profit margins. So where in your sort of service that you provide to people, where are you anticipating the cuts to the service?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay.
Unfortunately, we have to take, we need to make sure we are looking into every step of our value chain and trying to cut costs as much as we can. And we are cutting our margins and we're increasing our prices as little as we can. But this is, I don't remember who you said it, but this is affecting the entire value chain and every part of our operations. So it's a very new and global challenge.
Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so to the third round now. And the question is to you all. There's about 10 minutes to try to sum up quickly, if you'd like to. So the question is, the EU has ambitious climate and circular economy goals, something that you were, of course, just touching on as well. Can the circular economy then and sustainability tackle material sourcing disruptions? First, go to Andre Dorner, please.
Well, certainly we heard about new regulations coming up, and maybe one thing that we should do as an industry is not wait until regulations are imposed on us, but be creative and go ahead, do what we can do and take fast action where it's possible. For example, in our case, we decided a couple of years ago already to focus on hydropower for our electricity, to reduce the carbon dioxide footprint on that case. We are now focusing on employee mobility, which is a large part of our footprint as of today. We're fostering the public transport possibilities and things around. And certainly it's also the cooperation with important customers that are stressing topics. One is sitting here with IKEA. And in cooperation, we find new solutions there, and that go far beyond the things that regulators can even think. I think that's the point I want to make there.
Okay, and Giovanni De Vecchio.
Well, we learned a lot today regarding possible ideas for sustainability. We are a company which is 124 years old, so we tend to look at short and medium-term challenges with a different perspective. But we released a sustainability report since 2019, and the sustainability plan is a fundamental part. Sustainability, if you look at it from the 4 different aspects, from, as I said before, economic and government sustainability, sustainability towards people, sustainability, environment sustainability, and product sustainability, it is definitely an answer to these kind of challenges that today we have, because it gives social strategy an important role in guaranteeing the company continuity, longevity, and ability to look at things from a different perspective. I was discussing with Peter this morning, we need also for customers to understand more what really sustainability means. There is a lot of talks today, but probably not a real knowledge of what sustainability really brings in terms of consequences or opportunities if you look at it from a production point of view. Sustainability is also meaning durability, is also connected to durability of the product. And probably we should remind that obviously there might be opportunities to recycle the product, reuse the product, but simply we should not we should also start from the approach that we should not dispose the product. We should simply consider the opportunity of living with our product and transfer them as a legacy to the next generations, which is something that is extremely important to Giorgetti and extremely important to our view on design. So it's a complex combination of items, is not one single answer to the concept, but it is definitely a broader concept that brings with it a lot of opportunities to face challenging period as the one we are living today.
Okay, thank you so much. We do have a question for the panel, and Jan Kurt, since you're next to speak, I will let you answer this one as well. As a think tank, Lab of Rent, we support companies on their way to change their business model from linear to circular, focused on 6 sectors: furniture, textiles, mobility, consumer goods. The development and speed varies. The furniture sector is still very linear. In view of the current crises, so climate, COVID and Ukraine, so I'm glad that they also put climate in there. A question for the panel: how does the industry want to prepare for a worst case scenario if in a short period of time, i.e. within 2 years, only 50% of the resources, sorry that my microphone just cut out there, and that is from Andre Hempel.
Oh, difficult question, or at least difficult to answer that question. You're lucky you didn't get that question. That's right. To put it this way, of course, let's say furniture industry is not the fastest industry in Europe we have. That is for sure, because we are sort of small and medium-sized enterprises. It's traditional industry, and it takes some time to develop new business models, for example. So what I feel is that we all would say, yes, sustainability is right, and it's the right track we are going on, and the Commission is doing the right things. Of course, we would applaud and would say, yes, we would like to follow that way. But of course, we have to keep in mind that these small and medium-sized companies, they all have to follow that way, and they all should be, let's say, able to invest money and time in these challenging topics. So in the end, the starting point of the industry is quite good, because we are producing with renewable materials, for wood, for example. So that starting point is quite good, and we are producing long-lasting products. This starting point is also good. But of course, when we look at the new business models that are in sight, renting furniture, refurbishing, reselling furniture, I would put it this way: the cake is not getting bigger. It tends to get a little bit smaller. And the question is, who is able to cut his piece out of that cake bigger than before, or at least the same size as before? Is it the industry that is doing these new business models, or is it some, let's say, some other partners inside the value chain? Is it the furniture trade? Is it other business partners? So these questions are not, let's say, solved yet, and it's really a big challenge for the industry to go that way. So I cannot answer the question, what will be in 2, 3, or 5 years' time? Yeah. And I definitely cannot answer the question, what will happen if we only have 50% of the materials? Not possible for me, sorry.
Okay, Stina Wallström, would you like to go next?
If we just have 50% of material, we will work with those 50% of the material, and we will try to find new and innovative solutions to produce furniture from the material available. Will it always be more sustainable to use less material? Probably not. I'm very much on the side of my partner here that we should produce long-lasting furniture, and then we sometimes need to use more material. Not always, but it can be. We need to have a full life cycle approach to the products we produce. We have at IKEA circular design principles, where we look at every product through their life cycle. How long-lasting is the product? How many generations can we use it? How can we refurbish it? Is there a possibility to use the parts of the product to something else after end of life? And then, as a last resort, recycling the material.
And do you think your consumers also understand that about IKEA products? Are they starting to?
I don't think they understand that, and I don't think they start to understand it. But that doesn't mean we won't do it. We could be better in communicating to our customers what we do. But even if our customers don't understand today, this is what will be needed tomorrow. We see the transformation from a linear to a circular business model as the biggest business opportunity we've had since the flat-packed furniture. And as Jan Curtis stating, there will be a new ecosystem around these new business models. So I don't think that IKEA will get the complete cake because we go from linear to circular. We will need new partners and new supply chains. But that is always the case. We're always a part of a supply chain. And for us, there is really no other alternative than to go circular. And of course, we have all these regulations coming up, but they should not be the driver for this, and they aren't. We have had this plan to become fully circular by 2030 since way before the EU Green Deal, and we are working towards that goal. But we need to work together also with the legislators to make sure that the new regulatory landscape is possible for us to work in, that it helps and not hinders us. And there we believe that harmonization is hugely important. We need harmonized EU rules that it's easy to understand for everybody, not only for giants like IKEA. We need to have everybody, also the small companies in our supply chains, have a set of rules that is possible to work with. So harmonization is key, and also rethink the definition of waste. A product that somebody don't want to use anymore is not necessarily waste. Maybe it can be resold, refurbished, or eventually recycled. But harmonized regulations, creating a new global trade for a circular economy would be our preferred outcome of this in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, and addressing waste is really important. Martin Brottenhaler, I'll come to you next, but also there is also a question for you. Raffaella Rosano, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that name, says, are you planning to use materials other than wood for your panels?
Well, thank you for that question. We are constantly looking into other materials as well, but our core is and will remain wood. So the answer would be not in the immediate future. As to circularity and sustainability, I would like to add maybe 2 or 3 facets. First, our industry, the wood-based panel industry, is of course very much in favor of sustainability and has a lot to bring to the table. I just give you 2 numbers coming from my own company in terms of CO2 emissions. We are big emitters of CO2. We emit per year in a scope 1, 2, and 3, so including all the pre-production emissions. We as a group, we have emissions of more than 3 million tons of CO2 equivalents. But on the other hand, the carbon storage, the carbon sink effect of the wood we produce with that input is more than 6 million tons. And this is true for the whole industry. So the wood-based panel industry has a lot to bring to the table in that regard, especially also because we use biomass for thermal energy for the largest extent possible. Now, what needs to be done or what needs not to be done? I'm very about hoping that regulation will be the solution. I much more believe that technology, with all these examples that have been presented this morning, is the rule. And if regulation is in place, it has to be holistic. It has to encompass everything. I'll just give you two examples. One was mentioned this morning. The other one is if you take flooring, laminate flooring in today's regulation consists of more than 90% of wood. But is regarded as not recyclable. Luxury vinyl tile, which is completely plastic, is regarded as recyclable in current legislation. So this is obviously an absurdity. Secondly, you have been mentioning in your presentation the use of lignin, of natural embedded resin in wood for gluing boards. Such boards exist for 50 years. These are insulation boards that are very popular in the German-speaking countries, for instance, but they're gradually replaced by products produced in the so-called dry process. And why is that? Because although those boards use the natural lignin, they have other very negative impacts, environmentally speaking, in terms of wastewater and energy consumption. So as far as this idea is, of course, very convincing, it has to be looked at in a broader perspective, and this is something missing in the regulation also. So yes, the regulation has to be there, but it has to be smart and encompassing and holistic, and also harmonized. I agree with that also.
No, absolutely.
If I may say, sorry,
yes, please go ahead.
Stina was correctly saying we need to move from linear to circular, but regulation should remind that we need to go circular, not in circle, which is sometimes...
That's a good point to make, for sure.
Sometimes this feeling that we have.
That's a great point. Okay, so we literally have 2 minutes. So last question to all of you. So literally it's going to be bullet points. What are your 3 key demands to policymakers in light of course, the 2 crises, but we can also put in climate change as well?
I start?
If you'd like to, why not? Go on then.
I start. Well, I think first of all, we should hope that everyone reminds how important is our industry for the GDP of our countries. We looked in the presentation before how important is the green economy, but I think that our industry has an important role in all the countries that are represented here in terms of GDP. The second, maybe it might sound strange coming from an Italian mouth, but I think that we should expect a more programmatic approach. If today we face a situation where we are very much dependent from energy or material point of view for certain polarized countries, energy from East, Russia, and some materials from China, and we are in troubles today, it means that probably in the past years, from a programmatic point of view, our politicians, I hope nobody will get upset, but it's a reality, have not been thinking to the future, but simply reacting to short-term issues. But what we are talking today is we need to look at medium long term. The third point, I think that there is a lot that we can do to improve our ability to go in circular. We simply need maybe some small help. We don't need a lot of support from the different government, but simply some statements that are helping companies to move towards a more greener approach.
And so companies also don't have to think for themselves too much. Andre John, quickly, you next.
Well, at first I want to point out that it would be important if regulations are imposed that they are under constant control and supervision, so that we see if they are effective. If they're not, they have to be adapted or even withdrawn. Secondly, one of the major tasks probably for the EU Commission would be to safeguard our access to raw materials worldwide and also keep critical industries within Europe so that we've got the chance to be innovative, looking at, for example, the steel industry. And thirdly, stress out more the cooperation in the European Union. What we see now with the crisis with Russia, pretty decisive action is taken. The EU Commission is in the lead. Major players of the European nations are going along with these measures. We haven't seen this, for example, in the pandemic, and this makes it hard for us to act in our single market.
Jan Kurth?
Yes, secure energy and access to raw material is crucial at the moment. I think that's for true. And what is also important is to, let's say, to have a sort of level playing field when it comes to producing in Europe and exporting products to Europe. So it has to be the same regulation being, let's say, in place for both players, the ones in Europe and the one outside of Europe, exporting their products to Europe. That is crucial as well. And the third point is, if there are new regulations in place when it comes to sustainability, for example, there should be the same in every country in Europe. So it should be a sort of harmonized sector and not, let's say, differentiating the regulations from country to country. So that is important for me.
Okay, Martin Breitenhaler.
I would have three demands to European policymakers. Number one, there's so much spending going on, necessary spending for the energy transition and also for the supporting Ukraine. Somebody has to pay for it and can only be the economy. So set markets free instead of making more regulation all the time. Number two, specific to the wood-based panel industry, let's use wood to its material use as long as possible. So this is the enshrining of this cascade use of wood principle. And number three, please better coordinate your different efforts and policies in order not to contradict them. This would be my three modest wishes. I admit from a very liberal Swiss perspective, where we strongly believe that everybody should care personally for himself, applies also to companies and not wait for the state and for governments to solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then Ms. Wallström, your final comments, please, for the panel.
And my main demand to European legislators would be harmonize the easy-to-use regulation that goes together well. So a harmonized approach and a holistic approach, and make sure that the rules are also implemented for all actors on the European market. I mean, today the rules do apply. If we import a sofa from China to Europe, it has to fulfill the same regulations as a sofa we produce in Europe, for sure. But is it controlled? Yeah. More controls that we need to have. Because then we can open up our borders instead of closing them. Because what we really need to save our planet is free, fair, and global trade. Free, fair, and global trade in support of circularity. We face global challenges. We face global resource scarcity. These are problems we face together. We should open our borders to new circular trade flows in a safe and sustainable way.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, anyone in the room, just very, very quickly, does anyone have a question, or are you all just looking really raring to have your lunch? Okay, there's lots of smiling going on. Okay, well, thank you, of course, to the lovely panelists, and thank you for all of your comments. This, of course, wraps now our morning session. I think what has, of course, been made clear is that the furniture value chain has, of course, been deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, of course, further challenges are, of course, emerging because of the war in Ukraine. There is a need, as some of the panelists were saying, for better communication across the supply chain in order to be better prepared for any more crises that could be anticipated for the future. Harmonized EU legislation, you're just talking about that, could help navigate crisis situations by reducing, of course, red tape. So we've also seen a big focus on climate ambitions. Okay, I won't go on anymore. Here we will, of course, break for lunch. But if you are joining us and watching online, don't forget to reconnect at 1:30 p.m. In the first part of the afternoon session, we will focus on sustainability, the circular economy, and key EU policies, which EFIC is, of course, heavily invested. So do enjoy your break, but also come back to the room on time, please. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch or a swim, depending on if maybe perhaps you decided to go outdoors. Welcome back, of course, to the Furniture Day 2022, hosted by the European Furniture Industry Confederation, EFIC. And thanks, of course, to everyone who is rejoining us online. A quick thing to note to everyone, especially in the room, because none of you have asked any questions yet, which is very, very bad of you. Please do think of the questions that you would like to ask people, especially you are going to have a chance to speak to a representative of the European Commission very, very soon. And also to our online audience, please do submit your questions when the speakers are speaking so we can get to you right at the end of our discussions. Okay, so since June 2019, Gabriella Comendi has been Secretary General of EFIC. Ms. Comendi has worked in EU affairs since 2013, including at other EU trade associations and at the European Commission's General Information Service. Now, Gabriella, along with Camilla, who is there, they've both been heavily involved in organizing this entire event. So please give a big round of applause to Gabriella, please.
So thank you, Mariam. It's a pleasure to meet everybody in person again, and also very glad to see that we have so many attendees online. Thank you also for the excellent interventions that we've had in the morning. I've been with the furniture industries for 3 years now, and they have been rather eventful. First of all, we've all faced the restrictions of the coronavirus pandemic, which not only changed the way we do public affairs, but also how we communicated in EFIC. But we quickly adapted to online communication, and we were regularly in touch on the needs of the industry on such an unprecedented time. And EFIC acted as a bridge between the industry and policymakers, asking for solutions to the disruptions of global supply chains and to the circulation of goods. And now more recently, with the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the industry again faces uncertainty and the inability to plan ahead in the long term. What has become clear from the two crises is the need to stand strongly together, and that challenges are faced better when there is collaboration. This applies both to the EU and to the furniture supply chain. As we've heard from speakers in the morning, the industry is in a crisis mode. We need to have, first of all, a stronger integration in the supply chain model to better address unexpected events, as well as more flexibility and communication. There is a need to also reduce dependencies, for example, dependence on fossil fuels, ensuring at the same time a stable energy supply. Reducing dependencies also means sourcing as closely and as diversified as possible. As we've also heard, a more circular economy can lead to a more resilient supply chain and to new business opportunities. So the transition to a more circular economy is a must from an environmental perspective, as it can contribute to reducing our ecological footprint and addressing planetary boundaries. In EFIC, we're heavily invested in Green Deal initiatives aiming at making circular economy the norm, such as the eco-design for sustainable products regulation, which we will hear about next. The industry sees circular economy as an opportunity. There are many front runners that promote circular business models that are based on product lifetime extension. So we as EFIC are ready to get engaged with policymakers and to provide sector-specific expertise when needed. But the transition to a more circular economy will not be without efforts. It's important to remember that the industry is mostly composed by SMEs who will need to be accompanied in the journey. Incentives will be needed, reducing administrative burden, harmonized rules at EU level, and a coherent and regulatory framework. A single market for the circular economy, and just one EU circular economy, not 27, as we have recently advocated for together with the Packaging Forum Coalition. Also, fair conditions and market surveillance to ensure that all products, including imported ones, abide by the same rules. So we need collaboration among industry, suppliers, policymakers. That's the key takeaway from my side. But now let's hear from the European Commission on how the latest package of circular economy proposals can affect the furniture industry.
Thank you, Gabriella. Okay, so as Gabriella was saying there, we've heard, of course, from the industries. Time now to hear from the European Commission. The furniture industry is, of course, invested in EU sustainable product policies, including the transition to a circular economy. The EU, of course, has big green ambitions. It wants to make sustainability the norm, and by doing so, reduce waste. So joining us online is Matthias Melgai. We can see you there. Welcome. From DG Environment to discuss the latest circular economy package, which includes a proposal for an eco-design regulation for sustainable products. Just a quick point, online audience. Again, if you have any questions for Mr. Matthias Melgai, please put them into the chat page and I'll pick some of those out for later. Also, people in the room, please do think about some questions for Matthias. I'm sure he would love to hear your questions. Okay, and with that, Matthias Melgai, please do take the floor. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your intervention. Unfortunately, I'm one of these people who went out for a swim before, so I'm dry enough to be presentable. But I'm really happy that I was invited here. Also, listening to Gabriella before, a lot of what you said, if not everything, absolutely resonates also with what we're trying to do. What I'll try to do in the next 10 to 15 minutes is give you a quick presentation of the latest circular economy package, focusing largely on a flagship or a most important initiative, which is the expansion of eco-design to cover most of the products. So eco-design regulation for sustainable products. I understand one of kind people from EFIC team will be showing this presentation for me, and thank you so much. So we can move on to the first slide, please. This is just a quick reminder that what we are seeing now is part of an overall effort that not just the Commission but European Union, because all institutions agreed on this, is to promote more sustainable and broad circular economy, and that which is focusing not just on reducing waste but also on the key in the key sectors. That is trying also to strongly support the work on climate neutrality. So this is just a bit of a reminder in which framework we are working. And then if we can move on to the next slide. The topic of today is actually really the ambition of the European Commission to make sustainable products a norm in next 5, 6, 7 years. So by 2030, we want to really make substantial progress in overall transformation of our economies, in also focusing on a product policy. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. Big step towards this was the circular economy package that was adopted just over a month ago. Which consists of, on one hand, work that's directed to helping consumers. On the other hand, also focus on construction products. And at the center, I can say the new proposal for a regulation for eco-design for sustainable products. If we can move on, please. Now, I think Gabriella mentioned before that you, so the members of EFIC, are already aware of why we actually need to accelerate our work towards environmental sustainability. And just a couple of examples that I wanted to give from environmental perspective was that the mega trends on resource extraction, which is behind a number of planetary boundaries that have already been breached, continues to increase. So we have international efforts through international conventions. We have national efforts, long decades of European environmental policy, also other jurisdictions. A lot has been achieved, a lot of voluntary efforts. So a lot of progress in relative terms, but in absolute terms, we still see trends going in the wrong direction. And this is what we partially want to address also with this proposal. But the side effects, if you want, of what we want to do for environment should also have very positive impacts on what I think Gabriela also mentioned has become so obvious during COVID and most recently in Russia's war on Ukraine, that by advancing towards a more circular economy model where we are keeping parts of value chain not just depending on raw materials, should contribute also to the resilience of economy, not just of the planet. And then finally, we have already seen that, again, what Gabriela mentioned, you don't want 27 circular economies. And we do see that rules are being adopted by member states who want to act on the problems I just mentioned. And that's another very strong reason that we decided to make this proposal, which is based on, in our jargon, article of the treaty that deals with internal markets. So it's a proposal for harmonization of the rules that would apply across all markets in the European Union and to all products that are placed on a market. So whether they're produced in a third country or in a European country, they have to comply in order to be allowed to be so. We can move on to the next slide, please. Some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the current Eco-Design Directive, which is dealing largely with the energy-related products. And I just wanted to mention that we want to keep the general approach that that directive is using, which is basically we set out a proposal for a framework legislation that lists different kinds of things that need to be done according to the assessment on different products. That we want to do this in a very transparent process that will continue, as is the case now, a very strong consultation with the sectors, with the civil society, basically co-creation of rules through also involvement of the consultative forum, and with predictability that will largely be of consultative process leading to a multi-annual working plans. So you will know that the products you may be producing will be regulated and in this process I just mentioned, so that we can ensure proper engagement. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, I mentioned we are looking at the model that worked so far, but of course, if that would work on its own, we wouldn't need to put a new proposal. The most important novelties that will hopefully enter into force after the co-legislators negotiate this would be extension of scope from current focus on energy-related products to, in theory, all products, but here I really want to emphasize the Commission does not plan to regulate every product that is out there. I mentioned before that we will go through an open consultative process of prioritization, and basically we want to look at where is the biggest impact, where is the technological feasibility to actually achieve benefits, which bottlenecks exist currently that are preventing circularity, and then focus on those products or groups of products that we can achieve most. Second point here would be that we in the future intend to use horizontal approach much more, which would in principle mean if we see a feature or several features that are common to different products, we could issue rules that would go across them. So not regulating every detail of one product, but really looking at for example, something that creates big problems with circularity, and then doing it across different products. One example that you may know from your daily life, and the only example that exists of a horizontal rule in European legislation is so-called standby regulation. So in efforts to improve energy efficiency over, I think, a decade ago, there was a process that led to adoption of a rule that decreases energy consumption across different electronic products during their standby mode, with pretty impressive results, incidentally. Another thing that I want to mention before we move on to the next slide is also that focus on product information would increase, not just for end users, although they're very important, but also for the business to business, so elements of supply chain users. And for that, we intend to also introduce, where appropriate and possible, so-called digital product passport that I will mention later on. Just a few other things to mention. There would be a first requirement for information and then potentially a ban on intentional destruction of goods. It sounds very counterintuitive, and I don't think it's very important in your sector. But several member states have identified that the problem is already so big in some business models that they are acting. So that would be another thing. And maybe just one more example, that we want to move from current model of green public procurement, which is largely voluntary, to a mandatory one where that would make sense. Again, I really want to emphasize, every act that would be adopted to regulate products will be subject to its own impact assessment. It will be subject to looking at different factors. And I'll talk a bit more about that if you go to the next slide, please. So here we give examples. So actually here we list the aspects that our framework legislation foresees as those that we have to assess whether they make sense and the impact we're looking for in different products. So basically, when we will identify priority products, and here I want to say again, this will be done in consultation with all stakeholders, including you. When we will present the work plan, then the work on assessment of each of these products or horizontal measures will look through all these different things. So a number of requirements that would make products last longer, such as durability or repairability, continued focus on energy efficiency where that makes sense, but also information or minimum requirements on recycled content, on things that make it easier to reuse, remanufacture, recycle products, and in showing, or again, regulating if that's possible and appropriate and proportionate, the environmental footprint, including carbon footprint. So these are some examples of the aspects we would look in this assessment. We can move on, please. Once again, I was just basically another image that says what we intend to do. So the process from the beginning, from identifying the priorities to the end, to the adoption, involves us checking with the stakeholders, all stakeholders, and of course, member states and the parliament at the end, on what is possible, how can we achieve the ambition we set out, is our analysis appropriate, and so on. So it's really a co-creation process. Can we move on, please? I mentioned digital product passport, and here I know most of the interest, there was a lot of interest on this, was especially on the following things. Do we intend to do a huge centralized database? Are we aware that there could be problems with business secrets? And do we really think it's possible to do it with third countries? And the answer is no, we don't intend to do a big centralized database. We have, at the moment, the first step of our proposal is completely technology neutral. And we launched a big proof of concept project where consortia of European industries have applied to test the model. So while we are adopting the legislation, we're at the same time running a real life experiment that will be transparent and available for all to see both during its execution and especially after the results, to see how can we design this properly. We have some clear ideas what we want to do. We want to have a decentralized approach. We are absolutely aware that there is sensitivity around the data, and it would be really based on need-to-know basis. And finally, we want to make this light. We know there is a lot of concern among especially the SME community, whether they'll be capable of doing this. So in this testing period, we'll be absolutely paying attention to that so that we're sure we eventually roll out something that can be done. If we can move on, please. We're doing this because we see a number of benefits. And it's not just that we see them. Our public consultation that we've done had confirmed those. There's acceptance out there that this could be, if done properly, a really positive revolution. It is designed for sustainable products, but in a way, if it works well, I could see that if this was seen as useful, it could move on. But basically, the main benefits would be that information would be available to different players in a supply chain. There would be ways of reassuring also the surveillance authorities on how things are done. That would eventually be cheaper than what we have to do today. And finally, it could make it much easier for those consumers who wish to get more information to get more information. Finally, one of the big obstacles that we identified in the work we were doing on this proposal for promotion of circularity was a lack of information of different elements that are contained in a product that prevents recyclers, repairers, or people who want to remanufacture or refurbish from doing that. So we hope that this element would also contribute to more circularity. Can move on, please? Now, I mentioned before what are the problems we're addressing. So the mirror of these problems is, of course, what we expect. We expect substantial decrease of footprint of European consumption, and with that also contribution to the climate action. But of course, not just that, because we have triple environmental crises. We expect consumers to address one of the biggest problems they identify, which is that products are not as easy to keep for longer, if I make it simple. And also those, of course, who want to buy more sustainably would have it much more easier than this is the case now. As I said, we also trust that this would help the different actors in the supply chain. And then finally, it should lead to increased resilience of European economy, both through removal of or mitigation of some of the environmental impacts, but also by making the supply chains more resilient. We can move on. Just to mention, we understand we are not operating in vacuum. We're actually very closely working with our colleagues who are working with you on the voluntary label criteria, on the voluntary criteria for public procurement, and on developing the so-called PFCR, so the environmental footprint methods, where I understand there's quite a lot of work has been done with a lot of actors. If we can move on. That was the last slide. So hopefully we still have a few minutes for your questions. I'm available. Thank you.
Here's Matthias Malgay. Glad you got to the end of your presentation. Before I go to the many audience questions that have come in online, is there anyone in the room who has a question? You do, please. Yes, please do go ahead.
I would like to ask a question.
Oh, sorry, they're just waiting for a microphone. No worries.
Yes, I have a double question, basically. Is a rule like that or a setting like that coming at the right time? And I know right time is maybe a wrong expression, but does it come at the right time at a moment where small and medium factories are already having a lot of challenges just to try and stay with the head above water? And secondly, if you go on with that, how are you going to control people importing products from other factories in the world, importing in Europe and controlling the rules that have been set forward? Because if we want to play on a level playing field, then we have to make sure that everybody is complying with the same rules. And we know in the past it has not been easy to comply rules from Europe to other parts in the world. That was my question.
Thank you. May I answer?
Yes, please go ahead.
No, thanks. Excellent questions. And I completely understand you. So first, does it come at the right time? Now, we absolutely understand that the economic situation has been dramatically affected by the events of past months, especially by the Russia's war, on the top of 2 years of COVID interruptions. But let me just say this. First, the benefits I'm talking about should help with that. Second, we will not do this overnight. That it will take at least until 24 that we discuss and adopt this framework, so that not we, but that the member states and the parliament do that. In this time, we will be doing preparatory work. Towards the end of this year, we intend to consult everybody on which products should be priority, and ideally also what are the most important aspects we should regulate. So what we're saying is at least few years of preparation. We had put in a lot of safeguards to put very strong attention on impacts on SMEs. We asked that there is an obligation also for member states to help them. And as I said, we would have thorough impact assessments that look at the proportionality of measures and so on. So all I have to say is it is not coming overnight. And once it comes in place, we will be very carefully looking at all impacts, including the impacts on economic operators and their competitiveness. And this goes hand in hand with answer to your second question, which is this absolutely has to apply to all products that are placed on the market. We're already working with our customs colleagues. Similarly, as you today have rules that third countries, products coming from third countries have to respect, which regard either environment, safety, etc. There would be checks both at the external borders. There would be obligations on importers and their liability, and there would be inspections inside. Now, having said this, I do recognize that market surveillance has been seen as not working as good as it should. In the past, there were reports that, for example, up to 10% of benefits of Eco-Design Directive could have been captured if member states were acting, their inspections were basically more effective. So we also made several proposals to this effect, and we intend to work with the countries closely. So we're aware of the challenges you mentioned. We know it's not going to be easy, but we're very determined, and we have foreseen how we could do this properly. And then last, but really want to emphasize this, we do see this once it is rolled out, it should help also the competitiveness of European sector, not by design, but simply by pursuing this and by having the levels of knowledge and current regulation that we already have. We're pretty confident that it should be an opportunity, not a hindrance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else in the room, just quickly? Yes, please go ahead. The microphone is close by somewhere. Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much. My name is Robin Jungar, and I'm representing the Swedish Federation of Wood and Furniture Industry. And thank you very much for a very comprehensive and good presentation. Looking at the proposal that was published, the SPI proposal that was published the 30th of March, we get a very general view on the product passport and the Eco-Design Directive. And I guess we have to wait for the delegated acts to get more information or details about what will happen for furniture. But anyhow, we can see that there's a lot of focus on the original producer or the actor who places the product on the market first on the European market. And it's pretty clear that that party has a lot of responsibility. However, I lack more information or what are the responsibilities for other actors along the value chain? Because in the circular economy, the remanufacturer, the recycler, the refurbisher and renovator, they are playing very important roles, but they are really not mentioned in the legislation. I found something about distributor, and if a distributor does something and modify a product, then he's to be regarded as a manufacturer. But all the other very important roles are really not mentioned. And that is something I would like to pinpoint, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that. But my major question is more of how should these actors work with the product passport? Because now if the original producer publish a passport or make it available in this database, the centralized database, and then the product lives a number of years, maybe 5 years or 10 years, and then somebody does something with it, repaint it or something. And then you need a new product passport. Or should this actor use the old product passport? And who is responsible of the product passport during the product's life? This is really tricky for our members and our companies to understand and how they should deal with it. Could you just elaborate a little bit how you are thinking about these pretty difficult problems?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Again, a very good question. Now, first, you're right in saying clearly we will hammer the details out on some of the things when we're developing product measures. But we were thinking about this as well. The legal text puts a lot of focus on, as you said, the first entity that puts it on a market, because this is where all the obligations and requirements kick in. But what we will, especially in terms of refurbishing, have to develop further and remanufacturing is exactly how this obligation for the digital product passport, can it include also obligations for adding elements for later on if the product remains in a use or if its use is altered. It will be much easier with things that get recycled, because then basically they stop being a product and they get reintegrated in other products. But it is an issue that we identified, and we also refurbishing industry or sector had brought it to our attention. So we'll be looking at this very closely. So thanks a lot for raising it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malga. Anyone else in the room, just quickly? Okay, please go ahead. So microphone, please. Lots of questions for the EU Commission. That's great. Fantastic.
You asked for questions, so that's why.
Yes.
Philip de Jager, Belgian Federation, Textile, Wood and Furniture Industries. I want to raise the issue of EPR systems, extended producer responsibility schemes. We now have, at the moment, about 3 schemes in Europe, 3 countries for mattresses, but they all follow different rules, different requirements, different price settings, etc. Is there any, are there any thoughts at EU level to harmonize such systems? Because overall we are an internal market.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We had looked at the EPR as well. The reason that we actually didn't include it is that the conclusion was that we'll be working on EPR schemes together with in a framework of waste legislation where they currently basically reside. So we didn't want to duplicate that. We had many discussions in the past. Now I speak a bit outside the current role on making the rules more uniform. So I think if you look at the incentive side, we'll be certainly looking at the internal market aspect. So I cannot give any commitment. I take note of the question, and I'll also look into it in more detail with my colleagues. But when we're doing assessment of the products, we may decide that we want to act also through waste legislation, because EPR would be appropriate element of the mix, or maybe most appropriate instrument, that we don't need another one to achieve the incentives part of the work. And in that case, I think we would have to go to the limits of what the EPR system allows to address the problem you mentioned. But the EPR itself is in apologize for the technicality, but it's not just technicality, because it is an environmental legislation, which in principle allows countries to do it differently. But certainly a valid issue, and I'll also take it home to my colleagues who deal with EPR.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question from our online audience, from Andre Hempel. He says, will the EU Sustainable Products Initiative become the new heart of eco-design?
Well, certainly. I mean, this is what we hope. Eco Design Directive, as it exists today, will become absorbed in the new Eco Design for Sustainable Products regulation. And if you recall the problems I mentioned and the outcomes I hope we achieve, I would certainly think it becomes the engine, not just of eco design, but also one of the engines that help accelerate the circular economy.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else with any? Sorry, please go ahead. Yeah.
I got the mic already. Thanks. Hi, Matthias. It's Roberta Desti from Inter-IKEA Group. Thank you for your presentation. Two questions that are maybe not super easy, but I was trying to understand what could be topics for horizontal requirements under the new eco-design directive. So if you have any hint on that. You made the example for the existing eco-design, but I was wondering in the new framework, what could be those topics? And the second question, it's about the timeline. So I understand that the timeline you have explained, but when it comes to the delegated act themselves, do you have even a rough estimation of how long it could take to adopt each and every of those delegated acts, just to complete the understanding of the timeline? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. On horizontal requirements, I don't want to speculate too much, because then the next thing I know, it's reported in Politico, we're going to do this and that. But that's why I give example of the standby requirements. But certainly you could, just to give you examples, we could look at repairability scoring, for example, and see if we can have an act that introduces a way of adding repairability scoring. Another element could be, again, purely hypothetical. I'm absolutely, we have not concluded on any of this. But for example, if there was a recycled content, obligatory percentage of recycled content could be another one. But what I mentioned before is that by the end of the year, we intend to come out with our sort of list of priorities that we identified, and the work on this is already going on at the expert level. And there we hope to already present what horizontal measures we think would have most impact and across which products they would apply. And there will be also a moment for engaging with everybody. On the timeline itself, the current benchmark would suggest that for a delegated act, you would need probably 2 years leading to adoption, and then probably at least half a year of additional procedural steps afterwards, including consultation with WTO and so on. What we plan to do is that if we have all the people that we have foreseen to have in our legislative proposal, to start working as soon as we are confident on the priorities already a little bit in advance. So I would say the fastest we could see delegated acts would be shortly after the regulation is adopted. Again, we are ambitious, but it doesn't depend just on us. Theoretically, if we look at how long does it take for co-decision to lead to an outcome, it is possible to have the regulation adopted still in this mandate of the Parliament and the Commission. So by the end of 23 or beginning of 24. And the Commission had in textile strategy, therefore already set like a political commitment to adopt measures in 24. So let's say end of 24, I suppose, is what we have publicly announced by the Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's it for the questions from the audience. Yes? Brilliant. Okay, Matthias Malgai from DG Environment, thank you so much for being a part of our discussion today. Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's now turn our attention to sustainability and circularity and the impact that, of course, European Commission legislation has on the furniture industry, especially with regards to best practice. What is expected? How the industry will need to adapt, design and new business models that will emerge. Also, best practices and frontrunners, but also how national associations are helping their member companies in the transition. Now, for this next second panel, we have 3 speakers. First, I'd like to welcome Robin Junga, the Environmental Manager at TMF Sweden. TMF is the Swedish Federation of Wood and Furniture Industry, focusing on sustainable industrial development. Please do take the floor. Welcome. Next, we have Kees Hogendijk, Director General at CBM Netherlands, Director General at the Dutch Interior Design and Furniture Federation, CBM, since 2013. Mr. Hogendijk is also Vice Chairman of the Supervisory Board at HMC Vocational School for Wood, Furniture and Interior Design. Welcome. And then lastly, but never least, we have Cathy Dufour, the Director General of Ameublement Français. My apologies. It promotes the French furnishing industries in France and internationally, supporting the development and transformations of its 400 members. So welcome to you all. I'll just quickly sit here. Please do make sure that your microphones, you know which button to press. Okay, and of course, a reminder to everyone who is watching online as I put all of my bits and gadgets together. Don't forget to send in all of your questions as we're talking, because obviously we'll come to you during this debate with the iPad that's just over there, so we'll go grab that. Okay, so first question. You have about 10 minutes. The question is, there are lots of initiatives at an EU level under the Green Deal that aim at streamlining a more circular economy. Furniture seems to be very much in the Commission's mind as a first priority. How do you see the transition to a more circular economy in the furniture industry, and do you welcome the Commission's focus on this product group? Mr. Junger, please go ahead first.
Well, of course, we welcome all initiatives that promote circular economy. I would say that
oh, sorry. It's just the button you press up. There you go. I can give you.
No, it's
yeah.
Okay. I'll start all over. Of course, of course, we welcome all initiatives that promote circular economy within our industry. Furniture industry do work with circularity already, and we work a lot with sustainability, and circularity is a very important tool to work with certain goals that we want to achieve with the circular economy. And I'm representing the Swedish furniture industry, and I would say that many of our members, they started to work with long life products suitable for repair and upgrading long before anybody was talking about circularity. So this is nothing new for us. And I think also that Stina from IKEA mentioned that they started to work with this long before. In fact, going back to 2015, some 7 years ago, the Council of Nordic Ministers, they published a report where they identified furniture as a very suitable product for circular economy. And then they pinpointed, especially for business-to-business application, where you have large, homogeneous batches of furniture, and especially driven by the public procurer. There you could see that circularity is really a good driving force, and a public procurer can push or pull for innovative solutions. But then I would like to stress that we talk a lot about, and it's been mentioned also today here, that we talk about upgrading, refurbishment, renting, leasing, and also second-hand sales of furniture is growing a lot. In Sweden, in fact, also business to business and within public procurement. But that is only part of the circular economy. I would say it's really important to focus on remanufacturing. And the industry must design the products from the beginning for a circular logic. And that is really one of the reasons why you welcome the eco-design requirements, because we need to do this right from the start. And I would say that one of the major challenges in transforming the economy to circularity is to encourage the manufacturing industry to turn into circular logic. That's a huge and maybe the greatest challenge we have.
Do you see a lot of pushback with that then?
Pardon?
Do you see a lot of pushback with that?
A lot of pushback, what do you mean?
With the manufacturing industry, you said that they're not quite ready to join in.
I would say that they are ready and they are doing a lot, but they need even more encouragement. And hopefully this eco-design requirements will push in that direction, that's for sure. But I would say that when you get the industry to change and you get large volumes going back to the industry instead of going into landfill or into incineration, when you get the volumes on an industrial scale, that's when we will start to see real contribution on the sustainability issue, and the ecological footprint will be smaller. So if we cannot change the industry, then we will not succeed in the circular economy. So that's one of the really major challenges that we have right now.
Okay, so the industry needs a bit of a reset. Cathy Defoe, your thoughts, please.
Yes, well, of course, in France, we welcome this focus from the European Commission. But to be honest, we are working on this subject for quite a long time now, because we have sustainability legislation in France for more than 15 years now, beginning with the Green Law. And in the last 2 years, we have also one law in 2020 called Law Against Waste and for Circular Economy, and another law in 2021, Climate and Resilience Law. So you see that we have a lot of legislative production in France for that. And one of our questions is how we will mix the two, the obligations coming from France and the obligation coming from Europe, because they are not at the same pace. So it's really a question for us. But we have a lot of requirements in France, quite all the same that we can see in the ESPR coming from Europe. And there are several questions, because we have, for example, obligation about public procurement, because public cities, for example, should buy around 20% of their furniture coming from refurbishing, and the market is not ready. The offer is not there. There is a lot of question about how to do that, and we need to have time to answer this question and to work together with the purchaser and with the manufacturers to be able to target this type of answer. So we need time for that. It's a good thing to have an incentive from the legislation, but it really needs to be worked together between manufacturers, legislators, and also purchasers, for example. But if we see the glass half full, in France, we have an EPR scheme for more than 10 years now. So perhaps we have a quite large experience about it. And before we implemented eco-organization in France to collect and valorize the discarded furnitures, we buried around 55% of the discarded furnitures. Now, 10 years after, we valorized 93% of the furnitures. And this valorization is 2/3 by recycled raw materials, so we can really have a circular loop with that, and 1/3 with energy. So it's very great, and the legislation was really an incentive to implement that.
Okay, it was good to hear that the legislation was an incentive. In case Kees Hoogendijk, your thoughts then?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kees Hoogendijk. I'm Managing Director of the Royal CBM, that's the Dutch furniture industry. And when I look at the circular economy and the action plan and the plans of the European Commission, then I think, in my opinion, circular economy is a no-brainer. If you look at the overshoot day, if we need 3 globes, 3.6 globes, then we need to do something. And it's already very late. But when I think of our furniture industry in the Netherlands, and I guess it's everywhere, then we talk about SME companies. An entrepreneur who does a fine job, makes fine furniture with 5 employees. And if he has a sustainable solid wooden chair or something, table or something like that, then he is already very circular, because you can recycle the material. But the most important thing is, when I look at the legislation coming up, we just heard, then I think, in my opinion, an SME company can absolutely not do that on their own. They can make a table on their own, but the legislation is a big problem. There's also another big problem, and that is, how do you cooperate with all the entities in the value chain? For example, we are now, as a CBM, as an employers federation, very active in helping our SME companies live up to the rules that needs to be fulfilled. But that's really challenging, and in that case, for example, if you look at the Netherlands, we started to recycle mattresses. We have 17 million people living there. Let's say that you have every 10-year new mattress. This will be 1.7 million mattresses. If you put that on a European scale, how many inhabitants do we have? 450? That is 45 million mattresses being recycled, landfilled, burned, you name it. But that's a huge loss of material. So that's a challenge. Second one, and that is, what do we do with all the panels that we use? How can we make a new particle board, which already is a recycled product? So in the Netherlands, we said we are going to help our SME companies to really live up to those standards. And for me, it's clear that we need to go that way. We need to go that way. Otherwise, we need to have 5, 6, 7 globes, and that's the end. And my children, and I don't have any grandchildren yet, but my children will not be happy, and I will not be able to explain it and look them in their eyes.
Yeah,
so
no,
I think, but the most important thing, and I preach this circular gospel in the Netherlands, if you don't start acting circular, your company might be in danger.
Okay, so you talked about a circular gospel there. Could you perhaps elaborate a little bit more on that and what you think it takes in general for the circular economy to really work properly?
Yeah, I can give an example how we do this in the Netherlands. For example, we talked with the entrepreneurs in our branch, and they said we have a post-industrial loss of 20%. We talk about the panels. For example, you order more panels than you need because you're afraid that you cannot end the assignment. So you have a simple 20% loss for panels and MDF. And then we said, okay, that's a problem. That's a clean stream. And if we could collect this clean stream, then we have post-industrial waste. Then we had a problem. If we want to do something with that waste, then the government said, you're not allowed to transport waste. So we said, no, it must not be waste. It is post-industrial secondary material. And so it's not waste. And we asked our ministers and government, is that okay? And they said, we don't know. You know, the big problem is, if it is waste, then it is in the monopoly of the recycling industry, and then it's out of our hands. And then the recycling industry is going to gain money with our waste, but it is our secondary material. So we said, we need to disrupt this. So what did we do? We talked to the panel producers and the panel retailers in the Netherlands, and they have, let's say, 1,000 trucks driving on the road. To the customers, full, back to the factory, empty. So we bought this empty space. We said to the government, it's not waste, it's secondary material. We created 2 boxes, one for MDF and one for particle board, in the shape of pallets. So 2 boxes on a pallet. And then we said, we created an app and a portal, and now it's simple for an entrepreneur. I want to make it as simple for him. When the crate is full, he scans the QR code, and the message goes to the portal, and a truck in the vicinity says, boom, and he's coming to pick up the materials, and the materials are placed in a central hub, so not with a recycling industry, in a central place. And there we transport it to the panel producer who makes panels of it. There we have a second a circular loop. And I think it's very important because now my members are so happy, and also the companies who are not members, they say, can we be member of you because we want to join us? So that's working. So we're doing something well. Why do I tell this? Because the entrepreneurs are happy they can contribute to the circular economy. Finally, and the most important thing is we're doing something good because it's a real big amount of post-industrial secondary material. And what happens, we say, normally when you have to give the secondary material, which they call waste, to the recyclers, you have to pay. We say, no, for the same money, we will sell it to the panel producers. And now we have a negotiation position with them to see if we can really make this business model works. And we started a pilot, and it's really growing out of our hands because the SME entrepreneurs finally can do something that is concrete. So in my opinion, circular economy is all about acting.
Definitely, indeed.
Think big, act small.
And Mr. Juncker has been nodding a lot, so please do comment.
No, I agree that there's a lot of problems. And in fact, the legislation today on EU level and especially in certain member states is a problem because it is adapted to a linear logic. And it's really crazy that companies are not allowed to use the waste, their own waste. And it should not be regarded as waste. It is a resource that should be renewed over and over again, recreate the value. And that is also why I asked the commissioner about the roles and the responsibilities of the other actors along the value chain, because in circular economy, a lot of different actors must cooperate. It's a question of a network of actors that should work together. And now in the proposed legislation that was published end of March, there is an emphasis on the original producer, the first actor putting the product on the market. And then they seem to forget that we need action from other parties along the value chain. And it should be a positive cooperation between these actors. It should not be forced upon them. It should be commercial cooperation. And anybody who is studying the theory, so to speak, if there is a theory, but studying circular economy, the return logistic is so important. We have someone producing stuff, we have someone using stuff, and today we have someone who puts stuff in a dump pile or burn it. But we are lacking actors that brings back the stuff to the industry. That's what's lacking, and that is the return logistic that we must encourage. And now the legislation does not encourage that, unfortunately.
Please go ahead, if you would like to comment.
Yeah, like I said, it hinders it because when you have to bring it to the recycler, then it's his material, and then we lose we lose valuable money. We lose valuable resources, and that needs to be redesigned. And it's not in our mind to skip out the recycling industry, but if we leave them like this, then it is becoming a problem. I remember that one day the wood from England was brought to our recyclers because there they gained more money. So what happened? We couldn't get rid of our money because the recyclers said we're full. And so you see, this needs to be redesigned, and also on a legislative basis, in my opinion. I hope that we can really redefine waste and make it secondary material. And that means that we can really, and I'm only talking about post-industrial, but you can also talk about post-consumer. Because if your return logistic is okay, then you can collect textiles, leathers, and you can collect fit out materials that you have in the office furniture, and then you collect it and make it. So in my opinion, what you need is like a raw materials fabrics hubs in your country, where you bring the raw materials and where they work it up to new secondary material. And you could even bring a certification there to that thing. So then it is proven.
Okay. Mr. Ford, Mr. Juncker, I'm going to come back to you in a bit, but since Mr. Ford hasn't spoken for just a few minutes, the gentleman has taken over a little bit. I'll come to your question first. So what else needs to be taken into account when transitioning to a circular economy, and how are you helping the industry navigate that process?
I think there are several issues when transitioning to circular economy. First of all, there is a sort of taboo, but circular economy has a cost for manufacturers. If we are looking at the French EPR scheme, it requires 200 million euro per year to collect and recycle materials. And we are now working on contributing to the repair of the product. And we will be asked to pay for 20% of the cost of the repair for the customers. And so we will see that the EPR scheme will require 250 million euro per year. So you see it's quite a high inflation on this eco-contribution. And that is not totally cascaded to the customers at the end. So there's a problem for the profit margin of the company. And we have to be aware of that. A circular economy is an opportunity. There is no discussion. We need to go there, but put pressures on the margin for the manufacturers. But there could be incentive that could be interesting. I will give you an example. For example, if our manufacturers buy particle boards integrated wood coming from discarded furnitures, they could ask for an eco-refund, so money back from the eco-contribution. So that's really an incentive to integrate used wood inside particle boards and to have a circular loop for that. The second thing that is that we should have in mind is the administrative burden for these circular economy issues. So we quite welcome the idea of a digital product passport because the burden is especially when, for example, a distributor wants to have specific information, and if each distributor asks for its manufacturers a different type of information, you can imagine the nightmare for the manufacturers to have his own database. Okay, so we welcome the idea of a digital product passport, but in fact, I'm quite surprised that it would be decentralized because I'm not sure that it's the best way to simplify it at the end. And the last thing about circular economy, and I think it's perhaps where we, as a national organization, we could help our manufacturers, is help them transitioning from linear economy to functional economy, and not only circular economy. Because if we look at the way we produce furnitures, we use wood, we use recycled materials, so we do a lot of things. But if we want to really contribute to the carbon neutrality, we have to think about the way consumers use our product and to be able to help our manufacturers to go for the sobriety of consumptions. And there, for example, about functional economy, we study the market for the hospitality business and the need for rental for furniture in this industry. And we make a big market research for our manufacturers to help them transitioning to a functional economy there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so to the last question then. 3 key aspects for policymakers and stakeholders to consider. Mr. Juncker, you can go first, please.
3 aspects. I would say that when setting the criteria in the eco-design demands and also working with the product passport, the legislator needs to be technology neutral. It's very important that the politicians do not force the industry to go into certain corners and control the innovative process. I thought that the presentation from Professor Peters this morning was excellent and showing things that most of us in here, I guess, didn't have a clue of. And we must make it possible for tomorrow's Steve Jobs or tomorrow's Ingvar Kamprad or tomorrow's Elon Musk to develop new innovative solutions. And if the politicians try to force us into a certain corner, that will not be possible. So technology neutral, that is very important. And then talking about the product passport, reading what the politicians or this proposal wants to include in the product passport, it's so much information. It's a long list. And for SMEs, I would say it's impossible. For large companies as IKEA, it's close to impossible. There we must have a need-to-know basis and not a good-to-know basis. And we do see that we have certain parties out there that say, hey, bring it on, take it all. Oh, come on. But all the information must be chosen carefully, and it must be relevant, and we must focus on the goals that we want to achieve with the circular economy. So need-to-know basis. And then coming back to this level playing field and maintain and improve the competitiveness of European companies. That's really important. And here we talk about harmonization, it's been mentioned today. Market surveillance is extremely important. It's very easy to control European companies. It's very difficult to control products produced in third countries outside the European Union. So market surveillance is really important. And then in all, the administrative burden imposed on the industry, that's really a threat towards the competitiveness. So keep down the administration and make it possible for the companies, especially SMEs, to cope with this. So those three things.
Mr. Hogendijk? In a bit of a dream world, yeah. Okay. No, ladies will go have the final word.
Well, the first thing that I would like to say to the Commission, it's very important that we redefine the things that we are used to. For example, if we call post-industrial material waste, then we cannot use it as a secondary material. So this is one of the examples that I gave. So change those definitions, and also I plead for harmonization and level playing field, like Robin said. The second one is very important, that if we want to help the SME companies to live up to the standards of the circular economy, then it's important for them that they easily can participate. So, for example, organizations like the employers' organization in the Netherlands, in France, in Sweden, but also on European level, EFIC, the voice of the European furniture, bring them in position, and it's very important. And I will not repeat what Robin said. I agree with that. The last thing, it's very important for me. If there is so many new knowledge, then we also need to integrate this in our vocational education systems. And we tend to forget that. I am vice president of the Wood and Furniture College in the Netherlands, and there we try to integrate it, but it's not done everywhere, and it's not automatically done.
So you think there should be better training of workforces generally across?
Yes, you need to adapt your training programs, where you put in those new legislative things and also those new knowledge. So that's, and the last thing I said, you must really, for those employers, think big but act small. And the most important thing, what I told about Woodloop, if he looks what he has been delivering on post-industrial work in his portal, then at the end of the year, they can calculate how many carbon dioxide he has diminished. And that's proven circular action for SME companies, and that's key, in my opinion.
Definitely. Okay, so final word, please.
Yes, we had three messages. The first one, but I think Keith and Robin said it, harmonization and market surveillance. It's a really key point. The second one is that we need to stop stacking and changing legislation. In France, with the two laws that we had in the two last years, we will do exactly what is written in the ESPR from Europe, but we have to implement it now. So we fear that in 2 years or 3 years, our manufacturers should have to work again on all the things, because it will not be perfectly compatible with the European level. So it's really an issue for our French producers. And the last thing is that, in fact, we need to be aware that if we want to transition for a more functional economy, more than circular economy, that is a really change in the business model for the companies. And here there is perhaps something for policymakers to take into consideration, especially about subsidies, because we could have budgets to invest in materials or machines, but here we are talking about intangible investments, and that's something perhaps we should have in mind.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, I seem to have lost the online audience. Their questions have gone awry. Anyone in the room then who might have a question? If I stand up, is anyone in the mood for asking questions? No? Oh, please, go ahead.
It's
Microphone, please. Thank you.
It's a comment as much as a question, but I'd like to have your thoughts on it. So we talked, the Commission talked about minimum recycled content. It was alluded to this morning. What's better, to have a climate-friendly, non-recyclable product that might have come from recycled material, or a climate-unfriendly, recyclable product? And I think that's a problem. I think we have to be careful of minimum recycled content. It doesn't work everywhere. And I would hate to see climate positive materials ruled out because they don't have a minimum recycled content in them when they're doing a lot of good. So I'd like your comment to that, please.
Who would you like to go first?
I would like to go first on that one. Thank you. Extremely good question. And I think it also illustrates the complexity of what we're discussing here. Everybody's talking about circularity and we should have a circular economy. And I would say that circularity as such does not have any value. Now I'm really out on thin ice here, but circularity as such has no value. Circularity is a tool that we can use in order to achieve certain things. And looking at our industry, I would say we have many problems and we have many things that we need to accomplish. But we need to, if I pinpoint three things, we should be more resource efficient, minimize the raw material extraction. We should minimize the waste generation, and we should minimize and lower the emission of greenhouse gases. Those are very, very important effect goals. And if we can achieve those goals with the help of circular economy, then it's excellent. But there are other ways to achieve these goals. And then we need to make some kind of analysis, what technology or what solution is best to achieve those goals. For many things, circular economy is a perfect tool, but for other things, circular economy is not the right tool. Then we should look into other things. And that's what I meant with my remark with tomorrow's Ingvar Kamprad or Steve Jobs. We don't have a clue what they will come up with in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years time, but we will have enormous innovations within this area, for sure. But focus on what we want to achieve. And if circularity fulfills those demands, then we should use circularity. But then we should not be limited to circularity. We should use other tools as well.
Anyone else like to take the question?
For me, your question underlines also the idea of understanding for the customers, because they will have the information, but what will they do with it? Because your question is good. What is best? I don't know, personally. And I think we need to have a lot of pedagogy for customers.
Yeah, definitely. Ahead,
and I would like to make a small comment. It's important that we realize ourselves that we are in a learning process and we are in phase half or phase one. And this quick wins, like so many recycled content, seems very profitable, but it's not that. If we look at our furniture industry, then and I guess Jan said it, we have some big advantages. We use wood, not only, but we use wood, and we have furniture that lasts long. Use those features for your industry and build on that. And if you, for example, like we do in the Netherlands, you collect plastic waste from the canals of Amsterdam and you make furniture of it, that is okay, because then that is really waste in the canals. But that is second best, because you need to use it and you need to, hopefully you can recycle that furniture again, but it's the question if that is the case.
Definitely. Any more questions from anyone in the room? Oh, perfect. Microphone, please.
Yeah, thank you, Eva Harta, representing the furniture retailers. I think the role of the retailers is very important in reaching the goals of the circular economy in our sector, because we are selling good products. We have the decision to sell the right products, and we are in the sandwich between the end consumer and the industry in getting back old furniture. And that's why we are sitting in the same boat, and we must find the same arguments for the political decision makers to find best arguments to fulfill the big goals. And the big goals are reached with small steps. For example, there was a EU Commission project researching bio-based wood binder. And on the 1st of July, there would be a conference presenting this bio-defined wood binder. And small steps helps us reaching the goals, but together along the whole supply chain. And the retailers are a big part to reaching these goals.
And would you like to take the question? Oh, any of the panelists? Yep.
Yeah, I think it's very important what you're telling. Of course, the retailers are key because they have the contact with the consumers and awareness can be raised there. That's one. And there's another thing, and that brings me back to the start of our conference. You talked about the bio materials, and that's very important. But as I talked to you in the hallway, we want to use them. But for example, if one of my members says, okay, I have a job to do, I have to decorate 1,000 hotel rooms. Please, can you give me panel board with your mycelium? End of story. Because you don't produce it on that scale. And there you have a problem, because there is a big gap between all those beautiful biological materials and the use so that it can be produced on high scale so that you can use it. And this gap is a non-profitable gap that needs to be lowered, needs to be made small, because if that does not happen, then the market will not pick it up. And then we lose our beautiful initiatives. So, in my opinion, this could be something for the European Commission to think of, programs, projects, or ideas to bring down this gap, this unprofitable gap. I hope I make myself clear, so that the time to market becomes smaller. And you can easily use those beautiful materials for circular economy.
Okay, well, great thoughts and comments. Round of applause, everyone, for our panelists, please. Leave it there. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Please do take it. Okay, so over now to our third and final panel debate. Time now to look to the future and also to the relationship between industry and policymakers and ensure that the EU furniture market stays competitive and remains a leader on the global playing field. So we have 5 speakers for this debate, and given that time is now short, you'll have to really speed through what you really want to say. First up, we have Socialist MEP Patricia Toia. Please welcome, please do take the stage that way. Thank you so much. She's a member of the European Parliament since 2004. Ms. Toia is also Vice Chair of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Next up, we have Philippe Moreau, who's President of Le Meublement Français. I hope I pronounced that right this time. Since 2018, he's been the president. He's also president of Tema Home Group, an international furniture company present in more than 45 countries, producing home furniture. Welcome to you as well. Next up, we have Maria Porro, president of Asaredo, elected president of the Italian Association for Furniture Manufacturers. In 2021, Ms. Porro was elected president of the Salone del Mobile Milano. Thank you so much. Next, we have Jan Desmet, President of Fedustria. Wow, you're all, me and my English pronunciations are really taking a hit today. It represents companies from the Belgian textile, wood and furniture industry, one of the most important sectors, of course, in the Belgian industrial landscape. And then we lastly, but never least, have Christa Rock, the General Manager at wood.be. It's the knowledge center for the Belgian wood and furniture industry. It supports companies in realizing an innovative and sustainable future. So welcome to you all. I think my other iPad has now gone to sleep for a little bit, but I will just sit down with all of my devices again. Welcome to you all. Okay, so first question to our MEP, welcome. We've heard about the difficulties faced by the industry and supply chain because of the pandemic and, of course, this crisis, this war in Ukraine, with disruptions to supply chains, increasing commodity prices, and the lack of raw material availability. So the question then is, can the circular economy help here? How do you think policymakers can support the industry in the transition to sustainability, especially given the large number of SMEs in the sector? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And this is a crucial question. You put immediately the crucial question. I have I prepared a test, a written test, because I want to be precise, more precise. First of all, I would like to thank EFIC for inviting me to the Furniture Day 2022, important events, not only for your sector, but for economy, European economy. We have known each other very well for many years, in particular with your Italian members and counterparts, with whom I have regularly useful meeting in Italy and in Brussels too. Last year, as you said, with the pandemic first and now with the war in Ukraine, have put a huge pressure on global value chain, on raw material, on prices of gas and on other fields. And at a level European institution, we know very well the consequences, and we are very worried and conscious about that. In fact, this poses important question to policymakers, both from the perspective of the competitiveness of the European economy and from the purchasing power of citizens and consumers. It is also an important question. Social and economic question. For the first time in many years, the European Commission, has designed an industrial strategy for Europe and updated it after the pandemic, through which most value and supply chains have shown remarkable resilience, but also many dependencies have come to light, and on some others extremely long and complex value chain, and also many interruption of production chains are happened. In addition, for the EU, that is a big importer and exporter, openness to trade and investment is a strength and a source of growth and resilience. The war in Ukraine has added new disruption in global supply chain and led to shortages of certain critical products in Europe. That's why we need to further improve our open strategic autonomy in key areas. This goal of strategic autonomy means and implies that we have to reinforce production we consider strategic for our economy, our autonomy, not to depend from a few countries or a few geographic areas, often critical areas, not only concentrated, but with some problem, tension, conflict, and potential conflict or real conflict. Areas when a kind of monopoly is concentrated. We have to be more innovative, and first of all, in international trade, Europe has to more balance and to ask for reciprocity, what in the past not ever happened. Industrial alliances is one of the answer, is a tool, appropriate tool, if they accelerate activities that would not develop otherwise, and where they help to attract private investors to discuss a new business partnership and the model in a manner that is open, transparent, and compliant with the competition rule, and where they have a potential for high value job creation. Alliances provide a platform. This is a broad and open principle. The alliances are oriented to increase research and technology transfer, and they realize cooperation between industries involving all the stakeholders of the supply chain, and will pay particular attention to inclusiveness to startup and SMEs. Monitoring of strategic dependencies is crucial in this regard. In fact, with its first report analyzing the EU strategic dependencies, the European Union, the Commission in particular,
sorry, if you could put your mic up, please.
Identified 100, thank you, 107 products, 107, not fewer, in sensitive ecosystem for which the EU is highly dependent on foreign sources. The industrial strategy included a long list of actions to support the green and digital transition of EU industry, many of which have already adopted, and you know those possibilities, or launched. But the pandemic has, however, drastically affected the speed and scale of this transformation, and we have to address this to fill the gap very quickly. I am very conscious there is a gap to fill. Another initiative that may seem far from this vitally important problem, and also for your question, but really open, in my opinion, is an initiative that opens a perspective for your sector that's linked manufacturing, the environmental sustainability, culture and beauty, is the European Bauhaus. European Bauhaus is a flagship launched by the European Commission and in particular by the President Ursula von der Leyen. I think I need your help. I want to be autosufficient, but sometimes we need help. That is the occasion to create a pan-European network for architectural, urban, artistic and cultural research center, as well as SMEs and sectoral industry. We are working also about a revision of the construction product regulation, and that can contribute to the effort I was talking about earlier, by setting harmonizing rules for the marketing and construction products in the EU. Co-legislator, Parliament and Council, will update the regulation in place since 2011 in order to address the sustainability performances of construction product, enable to construction ecosystem contribution to meeting climate and the sustainability goals, and embrace the digital transformation, because we are convinced of that its competitiveness depends on this capacity to transform in a green and digital way.
Victoria, we're going to have to just slightly interject because we are, I'm so sorry, we're sort of running very, we've only got about 20 minutes left. So I would like to include the other panelists. Philip Morrow, we'll come back to you though. Thank you so much. So Philip Morrow, your thoughts on the circular economy, digitalization transition. Now we heard earlier from the French delegate about the need for harmonization and investments. Could you add to that? And are there certain materials that should be promoted?
Well, I think that this subject of sustainability is so important today that we need to identify priorities. We had many interesting comments already, and so I would take back two things that have been said, but that are so important, and I will add another one afterwards. First one was mentioned already this morning by Martin Brettenthaler about the cascading use of wood. It is already part of the priorities. The ministers of environment of the EU confirmed it in February when they met in their report. But we need this to become reality. And especially now, we have great fears because with everything that is happening with gas and energy in general, more and more people are going to invest, are already investing and going to invest into biomass energy. And we are afraid that fresh wood coming straight from the forest would be burnt immediately. When we have possibilities with the construction and furniture, in particular, to create products that will last for 25, 50, 100 years, that can be recycled, and that we should, so this cascading use of wood, I think, needs to be much clearer and needs to be totally defined within the EU, so that it can be applied in each country and also each region, because of course the forest and the industries around are also managed on a regional point of view. So cascading use of wood, for me, is #1 priority in our industry. We saw this morning the various materials for furniture, and wood is the #1. So for me, this is priority #1. I hope the regulations go further in that sense. #2, harmonization, of course, and representing industrial bodies. In general, we don't like laws. We prefer when we are free to do what we want. But with this so important subject, I would say we want law, but we want EU law, EU regulations, because we had examples from other countries, Sweden, Netherlands, France, recently, and in all countries, we have some regulations popping up. The trouble is that just like when you buy a T-shirt, you have a newspaper with attached with all the languages. We could end up with furniture that have to fulfill many different regulations. We want things to be regulated, but to be regulated at our market level for 450 million inhabitants, so that we can all play equally, and we do not create a further burden within the EU. So this harmonization is for me #2 priority. And #3, I would add something that was, I think, mentioned I think the example was in the Netherlands. I think we should do everything we can to encourage collaborative platforms for repair, reuse, recycle, secondhand, however you call it. Our products, by essence, are everywhere. Yep. Furniture is everywhere. So if we want to repair, reuse, do all of this, recycle, we need to go and pick the products or send parts or repair. So this involves a lot of travel, a lot of logistics, and for any of us being manufacturers, this is almost impossible. We would spend more carbon use going there at the customer to pick the product, replacing it, or organizing secondhand or whatever. So we need to mutualize our efforts doing this. And so I think the best way is to encourage the emerging of digital collaborative platforms, so that mutualization can happen, and we reduce the carbon cost of those logistics.
Okay, thank you so much. Maria Porro, how is Federlingo helping companies with sustainability goals? Now, we've heard from Italian delegates earlier in the morning about the importance of not forgetting the fundamental role the sector plays in international and national systems, GDP. So how are you then helping companies with the internationalization, and how can policymakers help?
Well, I'm president of Asarredo, and I'm very lucky that actually Asarredo is part of a big federation that is controlling all the supply chain. That's why we decided to create a project about sustainability through all the supply chain. I'm sorry for my voice, I lost it on the flight.
No, please, we appreciate, come on, everyone give her a clap. We appreciate that she's trying to talk with a bad throat, come on.
So the idea is to remain leader in the market, combine the quality of our product together with the sustainability of the product that we made. But as everybody underlined today, it's not the matter of the single company, but has to be a common effort through all the value chain. So we started doing a survey, trying to understand where we are. And we actually discovered that the Italian furniture producers are using for the 67% materials that are second materials. And 1/4 of them are using mainly materials that are actually coming from recycled materials. And this is why we, with Federlegno, we started a long time ago to collect the wood waste that maybe we should not call waste, and recycling it to produce panels. In fact, the Italian panel producers are an excellence in recycling wood. Nice. So we are starting from very good basis, but we need to involve also the small companies in this big change. And how can Federlegno help those companies? That's why we wrote a decalogue, a sort of manifesto, and we are now working on a plan of action that is including all the different aspects of the sustainability. So the human resources, the materials, the energies, and we are, planning different actions in those sectors in order to encourage small companies to move forward in this sense. And harmonization, as everybody says, is a big problem, is a goal for the future, but now is not a reality. That's why with Assaredo we decided to create and share information with the Assaredo Technical Assistant, which is a very simple digital platform where everybody can go and ask the assistant to know the different rules and the different regulations through all the European countries, but also out from the European borders. I mean, the different laws and the different certification that you need to reach across the world. And then we have an amazing treasure as Federlegno Arredo and Assaredo, which is the Salone del Mobile, which is the most important exhibition for furniture in the world. And we decided to dedicate a huge space about sustainability inside Salone del Mobile. And it's a big investment that Salone is making through sustainability. And we will have, and I'm very happy about the beginning of this conference, we will have a very big space dedicated to new materials and sustainable materials that are coming from bio sources, but also technical materials that are recycled. And the idea is to work as an accelerator of a process. So everybody is traveling to Milano from all around the world. The design community is traveling to discover the novelties. Well, if we share the information in that moment, and generally speaking, if we as federation associations are able to share the information, we will shortage the time to market of those materials. So I think that first of all, what we can do as association and federation is to be sure that all the information are shared, all the new materials are becoming a common treasure, and also to help with practical action the small companies to face this transformation that first requires also big investment.
Thank you so much, Hansa. You've got some great initiatives there. Next question to Jan Desmet. So how has Fedistria helped the industry deal with the pandemic and, of course, the crisis in Ukraine? And what would be your recommendations to ensure a more resilient Europe with steady access to raw materials, including wood, and, of course, stable energy supplies?
Good afternoon. Fedistria is the organization that unites the textile, wood, and furniture industry. Our main task was to inform the Belgian members of our association about all the measurements that have been taking place and taken by the Belgian government. So everybody was well informed and could anticipate on the aid they could have. A second big item was that we were lobbying on government levels to try and limit the impact on the operations of as well the manufacturers, but also stores, so the stores could open. At the beginning of the pandemic, all the stores were closed, and that put some stress on those people. We also helped the companies with work safety, environment measurements, so everybody was on the same playing level. and didn't have to invent their own measurements. We also put some lobbying on trying to remain open with the nuclear plants in Belgium. You know, that has been a big saga, but at least for the Belgian people, it is a very common story. As for recommendations, I think we have heard it before. It's time for Europe to unify, be one, and make it more complex for all the 27 member states to deal with the national laws. So it's time to grab it and start it. I think we also need to protect our own sources, our raw materials, and especially we thought about logs and wood. We export it to the world. The factories of the world are importing our non-processed timber, and they are competing with us afterwards by sending the goods back. Whether they have been subsidized or not, that's another matter. We would like also that regulations that have been put in place, like the EUTR, are being put in place but not controlled afterwards. So we keep on having people importing material that has not been controlled. So if Europe put things in place, make sure that they are controlled, so the manufacturers of Europe do not come up against false competition. Of course, the cascade has been put forward already a couple of times from our wood, so we don't cut timber and make pallets of it just to burn it. I think we need to start, we showed that we start taking our own measurements, for instance, the mattress industry, to recycle them. But it might be, we are looking at Europe to take the things in hand, but maybe as the associations of the furniture industry, we could maybe Europe-wise take some actions together and be ahead of what Europe comes and dictates. So by being unified here, it might be a possibility that we start talking to each other also. That's a bit what my contribution is for today.
Thank you so much. Of course, talking to each other is very important. Okay, and then Christopher Rook then. Innovation can address a number of questions. Yes, just flick the switch there. Innovation can address a number of questions and challenges and also help the industry move in the right direction, modernize value chains, transition to the circular economy and digitalization. So how can a knowledge center such as wood.be assist the industry, including via projects?
Okay, thank you for the invitation and for your question. So wood.be is the research center for the wood and furniture industry in Belgium. In fact, when you introduced me some minutes ago, you summarized our mission statement in one phrase. So what do? We help the companies of the wood and furniture industry to achieve a sustainable and innovative future. So sustainability is in our DNA of our research center. At this moment, circular economy already accounts for more than 50% of our total portfolio of research projects. And I firmly believe that this percentage will only grow in the coming years. And sooner or later, it will be close to 100%. In these research projects, we mainly focus on two items. The first one is design, what we call design for circularity. You can also call it eco-design or design for disassembly or whatever. But we think that design for circularity is a more complete definition of what we mean. In design for circularity, you can use all the R's of the 9R strategy, from rethink, refuse, reuse, repair, etc. Why is it so important to focus on this design phase? Well, in fact, 80% of the ecological impact of a product is determined in this design phase. So if you focus on that, you can really make a difference. The second main focus of our research is wood as a raw material. So wood is the most renewable and sustainable material on the planet. When wood grows, when a tree grows, it absorbs on average 1.3 tons of CO2 per cubic meter. In comparison, when you produce 1 cubic meter of aluminium, you have an emission of 44 tons of CO2. So wood can really be a weapon in the combat against climate change. And when we focus on the cascading use of wood, and we are preparing a research project in that direction, if you can have several life cycles of wood combined in different products, for instance, starting with products in solid woods, secondly, reuse of that product, then recycling into particle board, and then a new product in particle board. If you can prolong the lifespan of the wooden products until, for instance, 120 years in total, then the time that the CO2 stays in the products is longer than the time you need to grow a new tree. So then you can really contribute as a wood industry to the combat against climate change. The second half of the twin circular digital, we haven't said much about digital yet.
No.
In our view, the digital part is not a goal in itself, but we see the digital as an enabler for circular economy. For instance, you can use RFID tags or QR codes to store information about the materials and the products. You can have digital material passports, you can have digital platforms where you can store these data, etc. So it's not a goal in itself, the digital part of the twin, but an enabler for the circular economy.
Okay, thank you so much. And well, since unfortunately we don't have so much time, so what I'm going to do is start with MP Toya. Your sort of main takeaways, you could say, from this conference today.
I want to speak.
The microphone, please. Thank you so much.
I started very long far because I imagine I have more time only for this, because I prefer to speak about concrete and specific action, not a principle only, the general principle. Addressing a question, crucial and concrete question, I want to underline three points: energy prices and energy transformation. I am a rapporteur for my group in general about the new regulation about renewable gas, biométhane et tout ce que vous avez mentionné, hydrogen et tout ça. I think the new rule for the new, also the new market of a new energy. I think hydrogen is a new energy. We have to prepare not only for the best market, but to imagine a destination for industry as it is. Consumer also, single people. So I am ready to I stand ready to cooperate with you also of this matter, this dossier. Second point, harmonization. We are in a single market, but we know the national legislation often changes the rule agreed in a European level. This is not internal market for truly circulation of product, and we are very sensible of that. We have to control, to check, and when you know some different application implementation in a singular member state, we can intervene. If you not only to the Commission that where there is a specific unity for that, but also to the Parliament, because we have the duty to control our legislation. Only to title circular economy. After action plan, the Commission presented a specific rule for a real circular economy with some very tough rule. Also, this is work in preparation going on, and we can cooperate. You can discuss if there is the best for your sector. Last point is about sustainable product. You mentioned 80% product are involved in this change. And at the end of that, all regulated product will have a digital passport, digital product passport. So it's a very to recycle, to repair, for every aspect. And this is a very strong regulation, and also for that, this is my conclusion of speech. I am, as always, as for all sector, industrial and energy sector, but also for you, for your sector at European level, I am completely ready to discuss, to try the best solution in our legislation, because the goal is to be easier and useful for you.
And that's always lovely to hear from an MEP. Thank you so much. Next, Philip Moreau. And for all the panelists, I mean, obviously, as we are a bit time constrained, anything you'd like to comment on what you've heard as well from the other panelists, please do go ahead, please. So your main sort of takeaways from this conference today.
Well, we tried to focus on priorities, but I agree that the digital tools are also opening a new world. And this we did not cover much today. We had some examples. But of course, I think it is also related to the laws and the regulations that will come up, like this digital passport. I think the more digital it can be, the less of a hurdle it is for industrial bodies. So that's really good. We should take this opportunity as much as we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Maria Porro, please.
Talking about the sustainable product initiative, we think it's very important, and potentially it could be a tool to be even more competitive as European producers. But we have to be, as a lot of us have been saying, we have to be very sure and very careful not to trap the creativity and the research of our industry, and at the same time control also that this competitivity is assured by the control of the market of the products coming from abroad. Regarding the digital product passport, it will be an amazing tool. It has to be harmonized. So harmonization is the key word of today. But it's for sure a very important tool to work on, and harmonization, and also choosing the correct bullet points that can be really shared from all of us. And then we have been talking about the problems of raw materials in terms of pricing and availability, and the cascade use of the wood. This is a very key point for us. So we need to assure the availability of raw materials within Europe. So we really welcome the initiative of many other European associations to limit the export of wood logs, for example, in order to let the woody raw materials available. So we really need to protect and to let the raw materials available for our industry. And last thing, share information. I think that as an association, and EFIC has a very important role in this sense. It's very important to continuously share information and keep the dialogue open also within us. So this day has been very important for this reason.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Final thoughts, please.
Well, we are in a period of a lot of turmoil, and we just conquered Corona. We still have the war to digest. Now we get circularity, but I hear a lot of support here from the stakeholders, and there are lots of good ideas that passed this tribune. So I would say what holds us back, and I think when Mr. Moreau doesn't like laws, maybe if you can write your own laws, maybe you then can live a little better with the laws. So maybe if we take things in hand and create our own system, it might be an idea. And in regards to the digital passport, I think if all stakeholders and all suppliers and all customers could make use of each other's information, and we are open to share information from the raw material till the semi-finished product. And so each one can take part of it. I think it would make the process a lot more easy for everyone. And we don't need to reinvent every time for every product, everything in that passport.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Final comments?
Okay, final reflection for the policymakers. And I will make a comparison with education. Anybody who has raised children knows that you can achieve more by stimulating them to do something good than by punishing them when they do something bad. The same is true for policy making. So do not only make rules and punish the SMEs when they don't respect them, but also provide incentives to stimulate the companies to invest in circular economy, in eco-design, etc.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for any questions. I'm sure there might have been so many questions here for the panel, but thank you to all of you. Everyone, big round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you so much. Okay, and with that, I'll give the floor to the President, Mr. Eddie Snydera. Please take the floor.
Thanks, Maria. So as you can see, I have another 20 pages for you. No, you are lucky. I will stay just a few minutes just to, first of all, to thank. This is the first word. Thank all the speakers for their excellent interventions, really interesting. Special thanks to our keynote speaker who showed us the potential of innovation of new materials, really interesting. Thanks to the policymakers who joined us today, Maila, Matthias, and of course, especially Patricia, who is with us this evening, for their insights on how policymakers can help to address the industry needs and how the industry should get prepared for future legislation. I think it was important that you listen to us. You know. Special gratitude to Swiss Chrono and Bloom for sponsoring today's event. That was really important for creating this event. And of course, for the intervention of Martin and André during the day. Also, thanks to all the furniture industry representatives who were here today, to our presidents, Maria, Philippe, and Jan. Really thanks for coming to Brussels and to give your speech and your ideas to this Furniture Day event. Of course, I have to thank Mariam. She was very, very good in moderating today. Everybody was appreciating your moderation. And of course, thanks everybody who attended the event for your time. And I hope it was useful for you and for your companies, especially the people who are connected with us today. Finally, I want to give a special thanks to Gabriella and Camila because of their organization and what the work they have done. And of course, to all the and together with them, to all the members of the big EFIC family and to the working groups which are daily helping Gabriella and Camila in the development. But believe me, they're doing a great job. And of course, thanks again to my past president who did an excellent job in creating this organization. So my 20 pages are almost finished, but before finishing, I was trying to underline some keywords I have listened today, and I think just to summarize what we have done today. So the most important keyword for me was togetherness, the importance of coming together to address challenges and opportunities with the supply chain, but also with policymakers and all the other stakeholders. The Furniture Day show us how it is important to come and to have a voice together about our industry. The other important word, it was coming out, dynamic and versatile. Our sector our furniture industry is dynamic and versatile and is contributing to the well-being of the society by offering solutions. So we are not just making money. We are contributing to the society. And that's the reason why this sector has to be listened from the policymaker. It is important for the families, for the European families, and not only European. The other key word is complexity. It's a complex industry, many materials, suppliers, and it's important to address all our points in an ecosystem, because this is an opportunity, so working as an ecosystem and not as a single industry sector. The other key words today, unfortunately, were pandemic and war. Our industry was strongly hit by pandemic, and Ukrainian crisis is eating our sector. And this is the reason why we need to have better integration in the supply chain. We need to reduce dependencies, especially from, we need stable energy supplies. And okay, we cannot do it ourselves, but we need to know, because our sector needs to know how to continue, how to plan the future if we don't know how to manage our needs in terms of energy, in terms of, and we cannot have dependencies. On the other side, we said today, we cannot let our wood go somewhere in the world without keeping, first of all, for a cascade use of wood. We need to use it for the furniture, because it's contributing strongly to the next word, which is circular economy. It can lead to a more resilient supply chains and new business opportunities. We are ready to embark on the journey of sustainability as the main contribution of the industry to use climate neutrality objective, but we will need to be accompanied in the journey. We need to avoid the administrative burden and to minimize cost, and that can only be done with clever decisions by the legislators. Front runners, there was another word which was today, I'm looking at one of them. There are a lot of front runners promoting circular business models and circular design practices, but we need to scale that up for the circular economy to work. Otherwise, it will not work. It will just be a nice game, a nice blah blah, greenwashing, somebody says, but the key point is that we need to scale that up. So we cannot make a circular economy alone, though. We need the contribution of stakeholders, policymakers, standardization bodies, incentive for industry, and last but not least, consumers have to believe in a circular economy. 120,000 enterprises need a representation and a single voice to grow and continue contributing to our society. I believe that the goal, I hope that the goal of this event was reached. So EFIC to represent the voice of 120,000 furniture industry in Europe. Thank you. For you to close.
One last little bit. Just to say that we, of course, are ending the event now. Thank you, of course, to everyone who has been here, everyone who has joined online, of course, to all of our speakers for being part of the Furniture Day 2022 hosted by EFIC. Today's event recording will be made available on the EFIC website and social media channels, so don't forget to also rate the event using the tool. I'm Mariam Saadi, and it's been my pleasure to host this event. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.